What's going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live. I've been coming in early these past couple of days, and I am happy. Why am I coming up so red on the TV screen? Where's my camera? Hold up. Do some adjustments real fast. Alright, that should be good. Should be better. Looks better. Now, once again, I look yellow on the screen. See, this is why I don't like doing things like this. That looks better. Alright, cool. Now, let me play my theme music so we can get right into this. Alright? Now, everybody, again, welcome to Marcus Speaks Live. I'm your host, Marcus. Please like this video, share this video, subscribe if you're new. Alright? Also, let me get this out the way. On Fridays, I do a game stream called Marcus Speaks Play. It's also my secondary channel on YouTube. So if you guys want to come through and watch the game stream on Fridays, it comes on at 6:30-ish p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the only reason why I say 6:30-ish is because between the hours of 6:30 around those 7:45 is when I hop on. So the best thing I tell you guys to do is to look at that little time of when I'm coming on to see if it changes. If it changes, then that means I'm coming on, but I wasn't coming on at the time that it was prompted to. So it's best to look at that time. But on Saturdays, I do Marcus Speaks Live where I'm never late, other than maybe one or two times. But always have a hard-hitting topic waiting for you. So if you guys like this, let me know. Put it in the chat as well as the comment section if you're watching the replay. And yeah, and anybody that I will say that's over there on Facebook, please come over here to YouTube. It's much better over here. Everything's structurally sound over here. Just come to YouTube, all right? Now, like I said, I have two YouTube channels. You're viewing Marcus Speaks Live here on the main channel, Marcus Speaks. Also, when I do my game streams, the game stream is also on here as a show. But the game stream also is on my secondary channel, Marcus Speaks Play. So check those links out in the description below. As well, the game stream is on my Twitch channel, or my Twitch stream, I should say, at Marcus Speaks Play. So just type in Marcus Speaks Play or Marcus Speaks Podcast, wherever you're at, you should be able to find me. You know, it's just variables that you can type in: Marcus Speaks Podcast, or Marcus Speaks Play. Type in any one of those, and you'll be able to find me. All right. As well, if you have any sort of recommendation as far as a show goes, like a segment I can do during the show, or a story recommendation for the podcast, or a game recommendation for Marcus Speaks Play, let me know in the chat or the comments if you're watching the replay, or you can hit me up in my DMs on social media. And you can also follow me over there at Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast, as well as Facebook at Marcus Speaks. I also have a group page over there called Marcus Speaks Podcast, where you can find that. Type in the search bar on Facebook, Marcus Speaks Podcast. You should be able to find me. Type in your address bar at the top and type in Marcus Speaks PC. Hold on. www.facebook.com/Marcus Speaks PC. The M in Marcus is capitalized, the S in Speaks is capitalized, and the PC is also capitalized. So make sure you try to look me up, find me, as well as hit me up on Twitter. I'm on Twitter as well at MarcusSpeaks25, username Marcus Speaks Podcast. So if you could, check those links out in the description below. If you could, follow me, share everything, subscribe if you have to. Well, I want you to subscribe, as well as like this video, share this video, and hit the bell icon to all if you're new, to all, so you can immediately get all of my notifications. And drop a comment, okay? Drop a comment. As well, if you should know, I'm using Restream.com to stream this video to my YouTube and my Facebook group page. As well, you should see this. If you're on Facebook, you should see this on your wall. So if you see this, don't scroll past it. Hit it. Look at it. Watch me. You should have a fun time. All right? Now, for today's show, now look, I would share what happened to me earlier today, but I don't think you guys would really understand what I was actually laughing about. And if I explain it, I feel as though it won't be funny, so I'll just let you know. Had a good day today with lots and lots of laughs, and that's all I can really say. I'm looking very yellow over here right now, and I'm not liking it. So let me hit the color correction again. There we go. There we go. I hit that real good. There we go. Now I look red. I don't know why I play with this while I'm streaming, because it only makes me upset. Okay, I look good on screen because I'm looking at my phone right now. But this does need a little adjustment. I remember where it was, just in case if I get lost. I'll keep it here. I'll just keep it here. I'll just keep it here. Um, yeah, I'll keep it here. I'm not touching this anymore. So, I, but I look red. I don't like. Look, I don't like how I'm looking right now, y'all. Let me go to my chroma key. Uh, all right, this should be good. I'm not touching it no more. Now, so everybody, I watched the last episode of Genius, the Kanye West documentary, and I would say, in all, I liked the entire documentary. Like, the crazy person that the news tries to make Kanye out to be isn't the person who he really is. He's just a troubled guy who's had fame for practically almost 20 years now, and I saw a transformation in him from the very first episode. But I would just say this, like, I saw a transformation in him from when I started listening to him until now. There's been various albums of his that I haven't yet to listen to. Only because I didn't feel as though that he was crazy. I just felt like that music that he is now doing really isn't up to where I liked him at. Like the very last, so he had college dropout, late registration, graduation. Then he had 808s and heartbreaks. Then he had my Twisted Dark Fantasy. 808 and Heartbreaks is an album I never listened to. And the Dark Twisted Fantasy was when I started listening to him again, where I was like, all right, we got the old Kanye back. He's coming back with bangers. He got good songs. And then he had his what they would say was a psychotic meltdown, but this is how I describe his. This is how I would describe his mental state. His mental state to me, it was not him going crazy to me. Sometimes I feel as though we have to pay attention to certain people because we may not know. Uh, people will say that yeah he lost his mind, but I would say maybe he found it. Maybe he found his who he really is. And some people will say I sound crazy by saying it, but th- this is what I measure it up to. Measure it up to your local homeless person. And then if you never had a conversation with a homeless person before, I tell you, it is quite a conversation. Because you don't know if they're talking logic or if they're talking nonsense. That you have to leave that conversation thinking, what the hell did I just get into? What the hell did I just listen to? Was this motherfucker on his meds or not? But sometimes, the local crackhead, the local homeless person, whatever, sometimes they be making sense sometimes. So, not to say that Kanye West is a crackhead, but what I didn't know, which he himself admitted in one of the scenes, was that he was addicted to Percocet. So basically, he was a drug addict, which who knew, you know? On top of him taking his, I guess he has to take psychotropic medication for his bipolar disorder. And this is what I've always said. I don't feel as though that he has bipolar disorder because this is what you have to look at with Kanye. Kanye came out like no other rapper has ever done. He basically showed us his confidence, how confident he was, and some people took it as arrogance. Excuse me, I'm over here belching. Some people took that as arrogance. I didn't take it as arrogance when I got acquainted with his music back when I was in the 10th grade, I believe, was when his first album came out. I didn't take it as arrogance. I took his demeanor as somebody that knows where they want to go and they know what they want to do. And I latched on to that when I was a teenager because I was in a space at a time where I was I was finding who I was. So his confidence made me confident, along with me listening to his music, made me more aware of who I was. So I thank Kanye for being who he was and who he is now, because like I said, the transformation that I seen. You see this bright-eyed, humble, confident kid. Well, he wasn't a kid; he was a 26-year-old from Chicago. He made various beats for various artists. He he comes out with his debut album after years and years of trying to get a record deal. He then he then gets fame, shows us what he's truly made of, and a lot of people shun him for it. Like, I don't understand that. But then, fame, fortune starts getting to him. It's like the only thing that he has to identify to the people with. Like, I'm a rich, I'm a rich rapper, and this is what rich rappers do. I hop up on stage, grab mics from famous white girls, and tell them that their music sucks, but the black woman that they was going against, music was actually better than theirs. Then I stand on stage and rant to people because I feel as though what I'm saying is important and they should walk away from what I'm saying to them as truth. And then I get admitted and get put on psychotropic medication while married and with kids and trying to navigate that. And then finally accepting the death of my mother, coming having my father around me now to fill that void of what my mother filled for me, and at the same time finding Jesus, my nigga. If you can't ask for, other than his antics now, but whatever. This I said something about this. I think it was either last week or the week before. It's none of Pete's business what the hell Kanye's doing to Kim. It's none of his damn business. All Pete has to do is fuck that bitch and shut the fuck up. That's all he has to do. But other than his antics now, it's like this is a man who finally has rebirthed himself in the industry. He's now reborn. He's not the old Kanye anymore, although we would love the old Kanye back. But we have to accept people's differences and their changes. So we'll never get the old Kanye back, but we do have a Kanye that we can count on to bring us good music. Man, that was a drop. Come on now. That was a drop. If anybody who's still watching, because I don't know who's watching right now, I'll give you guys an applause. Thanks for being here. Now, you guys are familiar with my show. You know, once I start getting into my little shtick, I make points, and other than what the articles that I have ready for you guys to listen to me read, and various things that I do here on this channel. I have videos that I play as well. Now, when I play these videos, most of the time YouTube don't want me to play them. But there's a way around that. It's called fair use. And instead of me sitting here flapping my gums about what fair use is, I much rather my past self tell you. So, past self, go right ahead and tell them what fair use is. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right, that was beautiful. Now, today I have for you guys some of the best hand-picked news articles to date. So how about we get into some top news of the week, people? Let's do this. First story coming up right here. Now, if you guys haven't noticed, they're gonna do this to me again. Jesus Christ. Hold up, y'all. Shit. Yeah, later. I can't do that right now. Now, what am I looking for? Okay, good. So, if you guys have been paying attention to the swimmer, the Olympic swimmer, Lia, what the hell? All right, y'all. This is what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to go out real fast in order for this to work. So, 1 second. Good, it works now. All right, let me get back. Lia Thomas. I wish this could have been a smoother transition, but Lia Thomas. Now I know y'all. Hold on. I know y'all know this is not her, but still, this shit's funny. All right, this shit is hilarious. Lia Thomas. But anyway, let me get to it. Lia Thomas won the NCAA Women's Swim Championship this week. And this is what they wanted to say about it. And you know, this is what's happening. So let's get into it. Be back at it here.
University of Pennsylvania swimmer Lia Thomas taking first place in the NCAA 500-yard freestyle. She is the first transgender athlete to be crowned NCAA champion, but not without controversy because critics say she has an unfair physical advantage over the other swimmers and should not have been allowed to compete. Now, second place went to University of Virginia swimmer Emma Wyant, who won a silver medal in last year's Tokyo Olympics. She's getting an outpouring of support on social media, with some calling her the true winner. And we saw, Lauren, at that medal ceremony, the crowd was virtually silent when Lia Thomas was announced the winner, the first place winner, and yet they went crazy cheering for the second place
because
winner.
Lia Thomas went through puberty, right? As a boy, she has bigger lungs, bigger arms, bigger hands, and now she's competing against women who don't have that physically.
Which I will say, by Lia's stature, she is much taller than the rest of those girls. And her being trans, she still has masculine abilities about itself, because you know it's still a dude at the end of the day. So let's keep going.
Viewed the second place winner, Emma Wyant, as the first place winner. I think this is a major issue for so many athletes, so many parents out there who are raising athletes, because the rules of the game are changing and we're figuring out what they should be. Should transgender athletes have an asterisk next to their name if they win, right? Because Lia was like number 467 when she competed as a male. Now
that is important right there. 467 was Lia's ranking in the NCAA men's division. Now, ladies, I know you guys are disgusted by this, but what does this say? This says, when you know the old song, anything you can do, I can do better. That song is biting y'all in y'all's ass right now. Because in the song, the guy goes, "No, you can't." The girl says, "Yes, I can." The guy says, "No, you can't." And then the girl again, real loudly in the song goes, "Yes, I can." This song is now biting y'all in the ass, and I'm all for, this is what I'm all for. I'm all for all of those girls protesting after this, because it is unfair. You had a man win a woman's weightlifting, or I think it was deadlifting records in the Olympics last year, the Summer Olympics last year in Tokyo, as well there, there was a man that won Miss Nevada last year. Now, what does this say? What does this say? This is, to me, this is saying, one, America is doomed. Two, that this trans thing is getting the fuck out of hand. You had a dude, an army veteran, army veteran that is now competing as a woman in MMA and breaks the orbital bone of the other woman because of the sheer man strength of which this person has. I forgot that fighter's name, but I did a story about that person a little while back. And shit's getting out of hand. And I feel as though that it's unfair for these women because, number one, these trans women have an unfair advantage. Their unfair advantage is their testosterone, of which they are born with. All male boys, male boys, I should say. All males, when they are born with enough testosterone, just as much as I think they say a 45-year-old man, and that's at birth. Now, by Lia winning this championship, it is now sparking debates of which should trans men or women be competing against genetic women and genetic men. So by what I'm saying by that is basically real biological men and real biological women. And these women in this video is sparking this debate and giving some good points. Let's go.
For one as a female. I mean, it's a tough issue, and I think it's going to be an election issue as well.
And Joe Concha, so Martina Navratilova, tennis legend, came out and sort of said the exact same thing. She said maybe the solution in the interim is that you're honoring the decisions of these transgender athletes, but you're not negatively affecting those who have worked so hard to get where they are. So maybe you put an asterisk by the name, you reserve medals, you come up with some type of interim solution in the gray area right now, Joe.
That's not a bad idea at all. And if the producers just put up that full screen real quick, if you could, the first full screen showing the three swimmers, because that really hits home in terms of the advantage, right?
Look at this. Lia looks, I don't know, I'll say about 6'4". Maybe, or he's maybe as tall as I am. 6'2", well, I'm 6'2 and a quarter. Lia's probably around 6'2", I believe, 6'3", 6'4". That's one unfair advantage, the height. So that means by wingspan, meaning your arms, by wingspan, your wingspan is just as tall as you are, right? So that means since I'm 6'2 and a quarter, my wingspan will be 6'2 and a quarter, all right? So, that means with the height, with the wingspan, with the sheer muscle capacity, the strength of Lia treading water and swimming, he's then much more powerful in the water than these two women are. Who I believe got second and third place. So Why hasn't the issue been brought up? Why hasn't the issue been brought up? Because from what I've heard, these very girls at Penn State signed the petition to allow Lia to swim as a woman. So, can we blame it on them, on the petition signers, or do we blame Lia for this? Now, with her ranking as a male being 467 in the country, which isn't that great, because who's really like let's be honest, when there's a draft, NFL, NBA, whatever, who's really looking at who was like 120 they was picked 120? We're not really looking at that. Most of the time that shit happens off camera any damn way. So we hear about it though, in like on like ESPN and stuff like that, but we don't really fucking care. All we care about is who is picked between who's the number one pick, the second round pick, and we look at rounds 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, maybe 8, sometimes 9, and we might even just peek over at 10. But we don't really give a fuck after maybe 5. It's like, okay, that person was picked 6, okay, that's whatever. We don't give a fuck about who is 467 in the country. We're like, oh, who's 467? What school they go to? Okay, whatever. Like, it's just, to me, this very thing is just the fault of the people who accepts this foolishness. Because I'm a proponent of leave the girls shit to girls and leave the men shit to men. That's what the fuck I believe in. If you don't belong in an area of which it doesn't pertain you being there, unless it's a co-ed situation, you shouldn't be involved. I feel even uncomfortable with there being male coaches in certain female sports. I understand most of these men have the knowledge and they want to help these girls out and they want to be able to push them forth on the journey of getting them to a higher plateau than what they've already been in. But I don't believe that they should, be in the position of hold up. I don't believe that they should be in the position of being I won't say contact as a bad thing, but contact as of being their coach. There's plenty of good female coaches out there that also have the very same knowledge of which these men have. But why is it that when it comes to it, there's usually some sort of, something that, depending on the coach's aspirations, there's usually some fuck shit that happens with it. But in certain cases, not at all. But I just feel as though women belongs to women, men belongs to men. All right, so let's keep going.
that we're seeing here. And look, my wife is a former Division I athlete, right? And look at that, guys. And she would tell me about the training regimen that she had to go through in terms of being on the track team at her school, on top of being pre-med. It's just such an overwhelming commitment. And for these girls that are competing, knowing when they go into a competition that they're going to lose because one person they're competing against has a decided physical advantage. It's a whole bowl of wrong. But if you criticize this, somehow you're anti-trans somehow. Of course not. It's just a matter of asking for a level, competitive playing field, and I don't see why that's controversial in any way.
And Harris, we have parents, actually a video of them that spoke with Fox Digital earlier, and they sort of made that same point. They said this isn't really the right place to honor those decisions of transgenders because it's negatively impacting the biological females that have worked so hard. We'll play a bit.
We do not support a biological male swimming in the women's championship meet against females. It is an unfair advantage.
He's a human. We should respect that and what he wants to do with his life. But this isn't the place to do it. It's taken opportunity away from females that have worked very, very hard for a long, long time, even before college, to get in this position. And it's just not right.
So I think it is worth saying again, this is not about a lack of love for transgender community. It's about also honoring who they are and their journey. Maybe either an asterisk or a separate but equal division. We got to come up with an answer. These are our children.
Now, I don't believe those ending statements meant any sense, but to the regard of what that lady just said, well, fuck it, let's not even say nothing about it. Now, Lia Thomas has been swimming since she was 5 years old. As a high schooler, she was one of the top swimmers in Texas and All-American. She followed her older brother onto the men's team at the University of Pennsylvania and established herself as a strong competitor in distance races. In her sophomore year at the Ivy League Championship, she finished second. She finished second in 3 events. Out of the pool, though, she was struggling. Her body, with its solid pectorals and compact, muscled hips, characteristic traits of a male athlete, didn't align with her sense of who she was. She later told the podcast Swim in one of the 2 interviews she had given this. Hold on, my theme music playing. It shouldn't be playing. All right, that's better music right there. Makes it scary. It's like, nah. Gave 2 interviews she had given this season. She read the personal stories of trans women online and was paired with a trans mentor through a group at Penn State. She saw her own feelings reflect in their stories. She recently told Sports Illustrated in the summer of 2018, after her freshman season, she realized that she was a woman, not a man. It took her a while to come out to her teammates and coaches. She didn't want to jeopardize her swimming career, and she was swimming well, setting personal bests, breaking pool records. Still, the suffering began too much. Knowing that she was a woman and competing as a man caused a lot of distress, she has said. In May 2019, she decided not to put off hormone replacement therapy any longer. Almost immediately, she told Sports Illustrated she felt better. She was determined to hold on to that part of herself that was a competitive swimmer. She came out to her coaches. They were immediately supportive, she said, and they stood by her when she decided to join the women's team. So were her friends. NCAA allowed a path for people like her to join the women's team, but it was not quick or easy. In general, elite male athletes have considerable physical advantages over elite female athletes. People who have gone through testosterone-driven puberty have, on average, more cardiovascular capacity, greater muscle mass, higher tendon mechanical strength, and dense bones. They tend to be stronger and taller with longer wingspans, like I said. In many sports involving timed races, men are roughly 10 to 12% faster than women. The Olympic track champion Allison Felix, lifetime best in the 400 meters is 49.6, which is really 49.3 if you round the two off. So 49.3. In one year, 2017, that time was bettered by men and boys more than 15,000 times. In sports involving jumping, pure strength, the gap is even greater. As trans women have fought for inclusion in women's sports, various governing bodies have implemented rules for mitigating any physical advantages that they might have. Now let's stop there real fast. You know how in sports, if athletes take steroids, they're then either benched or kicked off the team. This is kind of what this is, if you look at it. Coming into it, she had an unfair advantage by previously, in a sense, if you look at it her way, she was a male, which means she basically took testosterone in a not testosterone, which that's what steroids is, bull testosterone, but in a way, having testosterone by her already being a man gives that same inclination. So why isn't it that was looked at in this whole thing? Now, some people may say people are a little behind the times if they say these trans people need their own leagues. But I would say, if you want to be fair, that's fair. So why not? That's very fair in a sense. If they had their own leagues, own swim, basketball, whatever sports that these trans athletes want to do, such as MMA fighting and stuff like that, why isn't it that there's some sort of push for it? Knowing how parents now are thinking, most parents are supportive of this. Some parents are looking at this the same way I am. It's unfair. Why give these girls an unfair advantage if knowing going into this that him being who he is, he was basically going to win every damn thing, because you see the height, you see the wingspan, the muscle mass, dense bones. All of this stuff plays a contributing factor in all of his wins over the women who doesn't have that. So I believe what the one lady said that was sitting on our left. Yeah, on our left. I believe what she said. There should be some sort of endeavor to where they have their own leagues and stuff like that. Let's keep going. But just what those advantages are and how to counteract them, and whether what is necessary or even possible, has been fiercely debated. The International Olympic Committee began allowing trans athletes to compete in 2004. At first, the IOC required athletes to legally change their gender and undergo genital surgery, as if a mislabeled passport and the presence of a penis gave them a leg up on the competition. The NCAA, 6 years later, took a different approach. After counseling with students, medical experts, and people from the LGBTQ community, the association announced that trans women would be able to compete on collegiate women's teams after 1 year of testosterone suppression. Over governing bodies, including the IOC, went on to adopt a similar rule, or similar rules, I should say. The focus on testosterone seems to have straightforward. On average, men have testosterone levels around 15 times that of a woman, and the competitive advantages of taking testosterone at least exonerate. Okay, I don't know this word. 1 second. Let's see. EXOG. Yep. Exogenous. Thank you. Exogenous. Where's it? Hold on. At least exogenous testosterone, a steroid, were well established. But the research concerning in, endo 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 hold on endogenous, is that what it is? And hold on. ENDO G. There we go. Endogenous. That's what it is. Okay, so exogenous and endogenous. Those are two words that just came up. Okay. But the research considers endogenous testosterone, the kind that the body makes naturally, was less settled. There is a gap between the range of testosterone levels in women, in men, and the range in women. One researcher described it to me as a chasm, but there is enough of variability among elite athletes to create some small degree of possible overlap between sexes, and researchers have not been able to establish a definitive causal relationship between individual testosterone levels and athletic performance. Bodies produce different levels of the hormone and have differing abilities to make use of it. Comparing the testosterone levels of 8 cisgender runners or swimmers of the same sex before a race does not tell you who will win it. At the same time, hormone replacement therapy may not counteract all the competitive advantages a body might gain during testosterone-driven puberty. It may not fully reduce the difference in lean body mass or in grip strength, for instance, or change the width of a pelvis. And so, while some people maintain that there is not enough evidence to justify rules, just around rules requiring testosterone suppression. Others insist that such rules don't do enough. As Thomas underwent hormone replacement therapy and went through something like female puberty, she noticed some of her muscles softening. Fat was redistributed around her body, and she felt herself losing aerobic capacity. Basically, her breathing started to differ. Her times in the pools started rising. She continued to swim with the men's team sporadically, wearing a woman's suit. Then the pandemic started, and the season was cut short. The next season was canceled altogether. Thomas kept up the hormone therapy and preserved her final year of eligibility. By the time the current season started, she had been suppressing testosterone for more than 2 years. She felt happy, and she said, to compete finally as her authentic self. Now, I have one problem with this. Only because your testosterone was suppressed for 2 years does not mean that the testosterone that you built up since birth isn't still there. You only chopped off at least, I would say, 2 months of it, of the 2 years that you were looking for it. I mean, not looking for it, but trying to suppress it. It's only like you chopped off 2 months because you've been beating the brakes off these women, and it's getting disgusting. So let's keep going. Few people paid attention when in a meet against Princeton and Cornell in November. She put up the season's best time in the 200 yard and 500 yard freestyle races and set Penn State records. But in early December at the Zippy Invitational in Akron, Ohio, Thomas dropped another second off her time in the 500 yard freestyle and nearly a second in a half of her time in the 200 yard race. She won the 1650 yard freestyle by 38 seconds. Jesus. On the same day, a group of parents of Penn State swimmers anonymously sent a letter to the NCAA arguing that Thomas should not be allowed to compete in the women's competitions. At stake here is integrity of women's sports. The parents' letter, which was also sent to Penn State and the Ivy League, declared the precedent being set. The precedent being set, one in which women do not have a protected and equitable space to compete, is a direct threat to to female athletics in every sport. What are the boundaries? The letter was leaked to the Daily Mail, and conservative outlets gleefully reported on rifts between Thomas and her teammates. Some published photos of Thomas from before her transition and referred to her using the name she had gone by then, which I believe I did a story about that as well. His name was like Liam or some shit like that. Or Leland or something like that. Video of Thomas' performance at the Zippy Invitational went viral. The father of one of Thomas's teammates suggested to Fox News The trans athlete stood between his daughter and her Olympic dreams. Lia is going to go to the NCAAs, and she's going to take down Katie Ledecky's record. She's going to take down Missy Franklin's record, and it's not because she is an exponential woman. He said, exceptional woman. I mean, I said exponential. He said, in fact, Thomas's top time in the 500-yard freestyle is a full 10 seconds slower than Ledecky's, and Franklin's record is also well ahead of Thomas's best. It's possible that Thomas will best them at the NCAA championships, which began on Wednesday. But to hear some people, the broken records are a foregone conclusion. Some even speak about them in the past tense. Diane Nyad, the legendary open water swimmer, wrote an op-ed, opinional editorial. That's what that is. For the Washington Post, criticizing the rules that allow Thomas's participation, in which she claimed that in 2 events, Thomas swam faster than any female college swimmer this year. Thomas stayed quiet, declining most interview requests, including mine, which was where did I get this article from? Which I think it was New York Post. I believe I got this from. Let's see. Including mine, and fixing her gaze on the black line at the bottom of the pool. There was even an unobstructive quality to her stroke. Her hold on. Pause, my nigga. Pause. The fuck, man. Her kick is quiet and efficient. A calm set off by the churning and splashing of competitors in her wake. But the tension on the Penn State team grew more public after Thomas lost the race to Isaac Henig, a transgender male who was not medically transitioned and swims for Yale's women's team. One of Thomas's teammates anonymously accused them of colluding on the result. There were reports of swimmers upset and crying on the pool deck. A USA swimming official resigned in protest of Thomas's being allowed to compete in women's meets. Well, this is what I have to say about this. This is what happens when you allow somebody who isn't a biological female to compete in female sports. That's all I really have to say about it, for the simple fact that it's a shame, man. It's a shame. Like, they could have just tried to at least be like, well, you can try and do this next year. That's what they should have said. But I believe this is her graduating year, so she won't be coming back after this year. But it's still bad. Like, you allowing, like, this is what happens when you allow things like that. It's lots of opinions. It's lots of people talking about it. It's lots of people being up in arms for one side or the other. And then it's debates where it's like, well, should this happen? Shouldn't this happen? Is there a place that we can possibly have them, go other than in this division or whatever. Like it's all this stuff at the end of the day, and it's like if you guys wouldn't have allowed this in the first place to happen, this wouldn't be going on. So that's my whole thing with this. Like it's just ridiculous, and it's getting more ridiculous as the time goes by. So anyway, let's get on to the next story. So right there in Virginia, Hampton University is allowing Hampton University opens its campus to Ukrainian students, probably mainly the African students that were over there that were being shunned to leave. They're only allowing 50 to 100 students, so we'll see what happens with this. But a lot of the campus students feel some type of way about this. So how about we get into it with this? And I'll get right back to y'all with the story.
Here locally, one university has stepped up to help students studying in Ukraine by offering free room and board and tuition for the summer session.
News 3 reporter Ellen Ice joins us now in the studio. So, Ellen, how would this all work?
So I talked with the Hampton University president, Dr. William Harvey, today. He told me the invite is there for 50 to 100 Ukrainian students or students studying in Ukraine to get away from the conflict like this university bombing you see here and come to Hampton Roads to study. The students affected by combat could attend classes for the 2022 summer session. They would receive room, board, and tuition. They would also have the option to stay at Hampton at the regular tuition and fees rate once the summer session is over. Dr. Harvey said the university is just trying to do what is right and best, and that helping people, no matter their color, is one of their callings.
When one has takes time to look at some of the things that are going on in Ukraine, where maternity wards are being bombed, children's hospitals, civilian apartments and homes and things like that. That fits right into our mode of trying to be of help to people.
This isn't the first time Hampton University has reached out to other college students in need. In 2019, when Hurricane Dorian damaged the University of Bahamas campus, Dr. Harvey extended a similar offer to those students to come study. And Dr. Harvey says there are a couple hurdles to overcome, like immigration paperwork and vaccine records for the incoming students. But he says the university has never shied away from something difficult. Ellen Ice, News 3.
We are.
All right. 1 second. All right, so this is I think I got this from I forgot where I got this article from, but let's read it. Hampton University is trying to make an impact in the wake of senseless violence overseas. The world-renowned HBCU based in Virginia announced. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot. I still had my headphone that I monitor show with. So let's take that from the top. Hampton University is trying to make an impact in the wake of senseless violence overseas. The world-renowned HBCU based in Virginia announced that the institution is offering free room and board and tuition to Ukrainian and international students who were studying in Ukraine and forced to relocate because of the continuing war with Russia. University President Dr. William Harvey made an announcement on March 16th. According to Harvey, 50 to 100 students who are currently exposed to the dangers in Ukraine will be able to come to Hampton for free this summer. The collective Hampton University faculty, staff, and students are heartbroken because the war-torn country of Ukraine must deal with atrocities like the bombing of maternity wards, hospitals, and other civilian areas, said Harvey in a statement. I think this partnership is something that can be beneficial to a great number of students and families. My entire career has been focused on helping people to achieve and meet their goals. Letter to the HBCU students. This is what he wrote to the students, the staff, and faculty. Ukraine students who choose to stay at Hampton University after the summer semester will pay regular tuition and fees. It is a kind gesture from Hampton University to open their doors to these students who are facing unthinkable challenges in their current living conditions. This isn't the first time Hampton University has reached out to help students in other countries, such as when they helped, who they say in the islands? It was somebody in the islands when Hurricane somebody happened. Hold on. I believe it was this video I had. Yes, it was. So who was the country that they said?
This isn't the first time Hampton University has reached out to other college students in need. In 2019, when Hurricane Dorian damaged the University of Bahamas campus, Dr. Harvey extended a similar offer to those students to come study. And Dr. Harvey...
All right. So, in Bohemian students, he allowed to come to the campus. So, in 2019, Harvey connected with the president of the University of the Bahamas and offered students who were impacted by Hurricane Dorian an opportunity to come to Hampton University with free enrollment along with room and board. I think this agreement is something that can be helpful to a great number of students and families, and is part of something I've tried to do my entire career. Helping people to achieve and meet their goals, Harvey said in a statement at the time. HBCUs have always been at the forefront of making lives better for people in need. Hampton is just following the mission of many of these schools in giving young people an opportunity to achieve despite their criticisms. In circumstances. Now, man, what can I say about this? Or what can I say that hasn't already been said by the Hampton students? Because they're paying a pretty big bill out there. And I understand. I don't know what the capacity of Hampton University is. Let's see. Let's see real fast. Current enrollment at Hampton U. Let's see. I'll bring this up on screen as well. That's not the one. So it has a total undergraduate enrollment of 3,063 students. Fall 2000. It is setting is urban. Blah 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 blah. Campus size is 314 acres. It utilizes semester-based academic calendar. Hampton University's ranking and the 2002 edition of Best Colleges in the Nation, National Universities 202. Is it Hampton that's also going through the whole room and board situation that they got going on, where the students are experiencing rats, roaches, and termites or some shit like that? But current enrollment, a fall of 2020 was 3,063 students. Um, let's see, facts and figures. Okay, this is even better down here. You guys can see this. I'd rather much blow that up. Right here. These numbers right here. Grand total head count of students 3,313, undergrad 2,863, graduate and professional 450, first time entering freshman 615, which means they have the capacity during the summer, but they're only allowing these students to come during the summer months for the simple fact that half of their student body is going to be gone. So let's see, grand total head count of students 3,313. Just slash this number in half. That's all you got to do. The first number, the grand total head count of students, slash that number in half. For the simple fact that you have some students that want to be doctors and, such things like that, where you won't availably see them during that time. So, you'll see them, but you won't see the students who go home for the summer, who's just there getting like their bachelor and stuff. We're not talking about people who want to be lawyers and so on and so forth. So they don't really have a count on post grads, which I believe that would be graduate professionals, I believe. But full body count 3,313, and thus he said. Dr. Harvey said that they will be paying tuition, room and board if they choose to stay, but I believe that they'll have to get a visa for that, for the simple fact that I believe that visa has to be accepted by the government. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do since that was happening. So wrong like a mug. But they'll find it. They'll know what I'm talking about. All right, let me spell it right this time. Boom. All right, I can take it off of here. Get back to that. All right, so that's that. That's that story. I believe that Dr. Harvey should rethink this over, because the students are they're really like what the hell are you doing? Like, we come here, we pay, I don't know, let's say $20,000 a year, and then you're allowing these people to come here for 3 months for free. I believe to them it's a slap in the face, for the simple fact that they have to pay no matter if they're, they have to pay while they're there. They're probably thinking, why can't they pay while the Ukrainian students or the students who are studying in Ukraine can pay the same amount, if not half. They're only, or a third of it, because they're only going to be there 3 months if they don't choose to stay. or if they choose to stay out. I mean, so like I said, that was that story. The last story of tonight, until we get into our topic, is let me get rid of this. Is y'all's favorite president, Joe Biden. So, Joe Biden has got the, Joe Biden has got the conspiracy theorists in an uproar this week because he said three words that mean a lot to conspiracy theorists, and that is New World Order. If you guys don't know what the hell that phrase means, I suggest y'all do some digging. Now, let's get into the video of which he said these very words. Y'all ready for this? I hope y'all are.
No, we are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, in the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60.
Which I asked myself, why would he share that information? If most of the time those meetings are secure, meaning what's said in out of earshot and all that of the public. So why would he share this information? But let's keep going.
60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people died.
Now, he began by saying liberal world order. That then transferred into...
But nowhere near the chaos. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there.
Holy shit. He then transferred it into New World Order. What does he mean by this? We'll get into it. Let's keep going.
And we've got to lead it. And we've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it.
Meaning, he wants to bring together all of the NATO countries against Russia to then start this new world order. Now, President Joe Biden's mention of a new world order in a speech to CEOs said, which was at the where was he? He was at the where was he? God damn it! Something business. Business. I don't want to say retreat. It's business. God damn it! I forgot. Where was it? Somebody must have this in the comment section somewhere. This was the only comment. Nobody brought up where this was at in the comment section. Anyway, he was at some business thing. Plus he's in Poland right now. So let's keep going. So President Joe Biden's mentions of a new world order in a speech to CEOs sent QAnon believers and other conspiracy theorists on a tear from Monday night into Tuesday. Biden was warning executives of the need to beef up their cybersecurity over concerns of a possible Russian hack in the near future during a quarterly meeting at the Business Roundtable That's where it was. Business Roundtable CEOs. So fears of mounting the Moscow. Hold on. Fears are mounting that Moscow could target the West with cyber attacks in retaliation for sending military and humanitarian aid to Ukraine to help it withstand Vladimir Putin's brutal and bloody invasion. The president said the world was at inflection point amid Putin's attack, signaling a shift he said occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we've established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while, Biden said. And now is a time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there, and we've got to lead it. Now, let me stop here. I spoke on 2 weeks ago. A guy named Klaus Schwab, German man, by way of was it Poland? He lived, if not Austria. No, it was Hungary. Sorry, I believe it was one of those. So this very gentleman is the CEO of the World Economic Forum, which he wrote a book called The Great Reset. And in The Great Reset, it states that during a world calamity, that's when they should start setting up for the Great Reset, aka another word for New World Order. Now, with that being said, now Joe Biden is then saying the same thing, but in his diminutive way, with his dementia he has and his mumble. I believe if you put a beat behind whatever Joe Biden says, he could make a good mumble rap record, I believe. Now, with that being said, what does this say, and what do we have to say about this whole thing when it comes to this New World Order nonsense? Well, me myself personally, I don't call it nonsense because I was a conspiracy theorist for a while, and certain things have came about that I have read, and things have happened, and things have came to pass. Y'all may not believe any of the stuff, which I don't want y'all to, but I do say some of the things that I read 10 plus years ago has already happened. And those aren't only conspiracies then. So, but this is our president saying that there will be a new world order because of Vladimir Putin and what he's done and them shutting Russia out. And I also spoke on, and now it's being spoke on now, if China will invade Taiwan, and will it look better than what Vladimir Putin has done to Ukraine? Because if you guys don't know, China does not look at Taiwan as a country. They're really a thorn in China's side, and with that being said, it could happen. Let's keep going. So we left off at New World Order out there, and we've got to lead it. All right, so, and we've got to unite the rest of the free world, meaning other free countries, or countries that other republic or democratic, is it democratic? Yeah, democratic countries. Free world in doing it. The phrase electrified portions of the internet that had long been claiming world leaders were working behind the scenes to create a massive global shadow government. That included many supporters of former President Donald Trump, even some elected officials who also believed the 2020 elections were rigged against Trump, seized on Biden's comments. No Joe Biden, there is no New World Order coming on my watch. GOP Republican Lauren Boebert of Colorado wrote on Twitter Tuesday. Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, which I've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene speak on the Timcast is it URL? No, IRL podcast. And a lot of people who hate Marjorie Taylor Greene should actually listen to all of the episodes that she was on the Timcast IRL podcast, and then make your decision if you like her after that or not, because she actually is doing the work in Washington, where I told you guys, and you guys probably already knew this already, but if you guys heard it from me first, give yourself a round of applause. But these senators don't actually look at these laws that are being passed. They probably have like an hour to maybe 2 hours to read like a 2,000-page document. Now, who has the time to read through all of that? Excuse me. Marjorie Taylor Greene is somebody who actually steps on the toes of that bullshit of them just signing laws and basically have them read these laws in its entirety to see if it should be voted on. Now, y'all may say, well, I don't see anything wrong with that, or there's something wrong with that, but let's look at it like this. You could have in a law some bullshit. Like right now, it's a law going on. It's a petition that I just signed for the what's it for again? It's a law that's being spoke on right now for the importation of aquarium fish. Now, y'all may be saying, well, Marcus, that's ridiculous. Why would you even bring that bullshit up? But listen, in the aquarium hobby that I like doing so much, without imports of certain fish, we won't have them. Now, I would say some of the fish that you see at like big box stores such as like PetSmart or Petco and stuff like that, those fish actually come from farms, from breeding farms. But there are some fish that that aren't readily being bred here in the States yet. They have to still go out and catch them in their respective countries that they're from, such as South America, Africa, like the English channels and stuff like that, and like Arabia and stuff like that. There's certain places where they still have to import fish for the simple fact that they either have a high yield rate of fish not being able to breed, or fish aren't breeding at all. It's a high yield rate. So with that bill being, spoke on that has stopped the importation of certain fish, of which us fish lovers love so much, to have in our home aquariums, which means the aquarium hobby kind of dies a little bit. Not so much, but in a way it does, which will have farmers and people who actually breed as like a side business. It basically has them kick into gear what they have to, in trying to figure out ways of how they can breed these said fish. But with that being said, it's not basically what I'm trying to say is these laws that are being put about aren't being read thoroughly. So if, let's say, that law doesn't get read thoroughly, then us fish keepers won't have anything to choose from other than what we already have here in the States. But let's look at this with dog lovers. Let's say you couldn't, let's say that the law was for dogs, and you couldn't get cane corsos or Rhodesian Ridgebacks or shit like that, or what is it called, the Japanese Akitas and stuff like that. Like, let's say you couldn't get those imported or what have you. Some people say, well, they already breed them over here, so what? But let's say that they didn't. There's senators that aren't reading these fucking bills thoroughly. Alright? Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of those people. Now, although she was chosen by Donald Trump, that shouldn't be the reason why you throw her away. You should actually listen to what she has to say. Like I said, it's a place readily available where you can find this person speaking, and speaking sense at that, at Tim Cass IRL podcast. Go to that channel, look her up, look at both of her appearances on that show, and then make your decision after that. All right. Now let's continue. Republican Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who was known to promote QAnon conspiracy theories before entering Congress, said on the platform, stagflation is dawning. Stagflation is dawning. It's like the 1970s again, but this time we're on the verge of World War III. Globalists want the New World Order. GOP congressional candidate Earl Weber called the president's remarks another conspiracy theory come true. Weber claimed to be endorsed by former Trump National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, a leading figure in the QAnon community. Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida tweeted, reject the New World Order, embrace America first. Infamous conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, who has been pushing claims of authoritarianism, New World Order efforts for about 3 decades, went on an explicit laced triad after Biden's speech. Now, this is what he had to say. I gotta bring this up. No, I'm sorry. Where's the video at of him saying expletives, as they like to say in the news? He said expletives, and expletives is this, and expletive that, and expletive. In other words, he was cussing up a storm, as we say here in the black community. he was cussing up a storm. Now, where's this video at? Oh, they took the video off from it. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. I was gonna have y'all listen to this and what he had to say. Oh man. Come on, Daily Mail. Y'all know y'all shouldn't be doing this shit. They took it off. Alright, well, let's keep going. They took it off. He said, fuck you, I've got plenty of words for you, but the end of the day, fuck you and your New World Order, and fuck the horse you rode in on, and all your shit, Jones said in a video from his InfoWars site. The phrase New World Order has been used in the past to denote a major shift in the organization of world powers, such as after a global conflict. Now, this is what I would say also with that. Klaus Schwab, Great Reset, same thing, different wording, all right? So if y'all paid attention to that, I hope you guys did your homework, went over to Hotep Jesus' channel and watched his video on that, on Klaus Schwab. Now, here's another video that I have right now of, you know, some Englishmen, news anchors talking about Joe Biden's remarks. Here we go.
Joe Biden, speaking of metropolitan intellectuals, Joe Biden was caught using the words New World Order. I always knew he was a lizard, but Josh, maybe you'll leap to his defense as well. I don't know.
It's an unfortunate phrasing there.
It's not that sinister.
It's not that sinister, but of course the conspiracy theorists with the lizard theories and whatever will leap upon it as proof of chips in people's COVID, injections or whatever. But when you place it within context, of course, but then we don't do that anymore, do we? People forget that there's.
What's the context?
The context was he's talking about how the world's going to change in its relationship to Putin. And of course, then there will be a new world order that is constructed around
Well, not necessarily, of course. I mean, it might be desirable, but there is the alternative, is to go to the, what they would call the status quo ante, I think, is it usually referred with things back to normal as they were before, whereas he is seeing this as an opportunity.
As a paradigm shift,
Yeah. Well, what's the paradigm shift then? No Russia?
Well, not depending on Russia, gas and oil,
right?
And the shifting of the alliances, and I guess bringing NATO closer together.
Not relying on Russia, gas and oil, switching instead to a green.
Well, and maybe nuclear
economy.
Power, or whatever. But the point
sounds
is,
like the New World Order.
It goes into a wider conversation he was having, not talking about like lizards or not talking about conspiracies, not talking about whatever, but just the reality of the geo.
Oh yeah, I should probably explain what the hell they're saying. So when it comes to New World Order talk, right? Some conspiracy theorists have the thought that these lizard people that come from the depths are going to take over and enslave human life of whatever. Some people say that these lizard people are already here. Some people think that these lizard people live underneath of the ground in Antarctica. Some people have stories of meeting said people or said lizard people before. There's been countless videos with countless edits in the video of people's eyes shifting from regular my regular pupil here to like a golden eye with sharp pupil. It's been various things that has been said with this New World Order and lizard people and what have you, the American dollar having New World Order on it, but it's in Latin. The way that the pyramid is set, or whatever, the all-seeing eye that's on top of the pyramid, like it's all this stuff that has came about when speaking on these conspiracies or whatever. Now, will we ever see this happen in our lifetime? Who knows? But this is one thing I do have to say. Some of the shit, like I said, has already came true. So they say the best way to hide something is to hide it in plain sight. Such I showed you on my very first show this year called I forgot what it was called, but it was basically on conspiracies of which could and may and might have already happened. Now, that very show was called, one second. That very show was called let me go into this playlist real fast. That very show that I did in the beginning of this year is called The Order of Chaos. Basically, I went over the Georgia Guidestones. I went over the Denver International Airport mural. Went over I forgot the company's name, but it's in Charlotte, North Carolina, which you can visit the lobby area of that painting, as well as I think it was like 2 or 3 other things that I put in that video. So I think I can show you guys. So the video that I have highlighted here, The Order of Chaos, right here, this one that I have highlighted. That's my very first show that I did the beginning of this year, January 1st. Alright, so if you guys want to revisit that video and watch that video of what I'm talking about, be my guest. Alright, so let's keep going.
Political shift.
What do you think, Sajila? Is there a new world order on the horizon?
I think, obviously they've got the conspiracy theories, but I think there is a new world coming. I don't think we can ever be the same as we were 3 years ago. No. Everything's changed. We've got not just pandemic, but the war.
Now, by her saying that, could have more people talking, which they probably do. I can look at these comments, maybe. Fuck it, let's look at these comments. The same phrase was used at the last World Economic Forum meeting in Davos. It's no coincidence or mistake, says Stephen Emmons. No, not sinister at all that he used this term. Just sinister that all the other leaders before him have used it. UK, Germany, France, US, Australia, etc. Also, somebody says underneath that, let me grab this. Also, GB News would mock it, seeing as Mr. Soros is a partner of one of the main funders of this news channel. If Google is giving in, okay, that doesn't really make sense. I love the way they say these things are going to happen. We're clearly not unless someone is guiding things down a certain route for their own gain. This is not an unfortunate phrase. It's completely on purpose, and they are laughing at us. There's a lot of people that has lots of things to say about this. Now, by her saying, are we already entering one, or are we already in one, for the simple fact of the calamities that we have been through. We've been through the election, which was a calamity. Get Joe Biden in office. We got the pandemic, and now this I won't even call it a war yet. A regional disagreement between Russia and Ukraine. Three things that in which Russia isn't really beloved by any of the other leaders of any other country other than China. So, and I would say Germany too, because they get their oil from them. So, which I would say, there's. Just look at it as chess. Just look at who you think is on the chessboard and who they're trying to knock off. That's all. That's the only thing I really have to say about that. All right, let's keep going.
Alliances, as you say, have changed. I kind of agree with that. I don't think we should sort of harp on to.
America is a hollow husk protected by the biggest military the world has ever seen.
But I just think if you are the American president, it's probably you would maybe want to avoid that phrasing.
This is why I think they would be so much better off if they had a young, healthy, like Macron, Blair type leader who wouldn't just like lose his way and accidentally mutter. Well, I'm not saying I like Macron or Blair. You know, my politics aren't the same as theirs, but at least they give the impression of being with it. You know what I mean? You just have this horrible feeling that Biden is accidentally letting slip things that are just like flaring up in his mind.
I personally was just happy that he beat Trump. Like, I wasn't a Trump fan at all, but as things go, it's not like he's brilliant either. No.
Well, that's them and them saying what they had to say. So, look, I don't know. Maybe this could happen. I want to continue this, but I really have to use the bathroom, so I will be right back. All right, in 2 minutes. All right. Now, sorry about that, but when you're drinking a big ass cup of water like this, it will send you to the bathroom. I believe this is like 24 ounces, 24-ounce cup. So yeah. All right, let's continue. Sorry. It was famously invoked by the former President George H.W. Bush during the Persian Gulf crisis in 1990. Out of these troubled times, our fifth objective, a new world order, can emerge. A new era freer from the threat of terror, stronger in the pursuit of justice, and more secure in the quest for peace. the late leader said in September of that year. But it's more frequently used in extremist circles to describe a conspiracy theory dealing with a vast global network of shadowy operators and elites working to install a worldwide socialist government to rule the masses. Now, I don't believe that this is out of the ordinary. This is why I say this. I told you guys about, while I was talking about Klaus Schwab, about the Hamilton. The Hamilton is the digital currency of which the CBDC is already enacted now underneath of Joe Biden. He signed that order, I believe, 2 weeks ago, if not a week ago. What that means is that instead of having paper money that we can get out like we can at the ATM, instead we'll have digital credits, a digital currency of sort, something the same as Bitcoin in Ethereum, because Bitcoin and blockchains are all the rage now, right? Everybody's investing in blockchains so they can get, their Ethereum or their Bitcoin. Only because it's decentralized. We have a centralized banking system, such as the World Economic something. I forgot what it's called. And then you have the Federal Reserve, which isn't really federal. If you take Alex Jones's words, they're as Federal Express. Basically, the Federal Reserve is basically all the big banks than which these leaders, mainly us, the United States, goes and borrows money from, right? We borrow money from basically all of our allied countries. Our biggest debt is to China. No wonder why China has been brought up so many times in the news within the past 2 years. And no wonder why we sort of I don't, but the government has sort of a problem with China right now, supporting Russia. So man, we could very see this shit going left pretty soon. We could very see shit going left. A lot of people who do shows about stuff like this say, invest in Bitcoin, put your money in Bitcoin, stuff like that. I told you guys before, I personally do not believe. Well, let me not say believe, because that'd be nonsense. I don't understand Bitcoin yet to then tell you guys, hey, y'all gotta get Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand Bitcoin. And I would allow anyone to teach me about Bitcoin so I can then have further knowledge on the benefits of what Bitcoin has, or the blockchains, I should say. Excuse me. So really, it's up to you guys of what you want to do with your money, all right? But also, watch who the hell you guys fucking vote for next time, because this is the bullshit we're in right now when it comes to this motherfucker that we got in office. This bullshit. Now, let's keep going. According to the Anti-Defamation League, believers in the theory fear that through repressive measures as well as manufactured crises such as terroristic attacks and pandemics, the globalist conspirators seek to eliminate dissent and disarm Americans so that the New World Order can move in and enslave them. It's also been used as an anti-Semitic trope. Anti-Semitic trope, along with the conspiracy theory that Jewish figures have disappropriated influence over world affairs. Within minutes of Biden's remarks concluding, pro-Trump message board Patriots, which replaced the now defunct Reddit page, The Donald, saw a flurry of panicked comments. We all were warned years ago. That's why we made a clamor about the oncoming election still. One user commented on a video of the president's speech. Another person wrote, I don't understand why he would openly broadcast it though. It's almost likely they won a civil war at the same time as World War III. I've also said that myself. Conspiracy theorist Luke Rakowski tweeted, "Oh, it's a new world order that Biden is after. We're all where have I heard that one before?" Robbie Starbuck, a conservative activist running for a House seat in Tennessee, mocked the president's comments. I don't want Joe Biden leading a line for Jell-O at the nursing home, let alone the world. The nuts who brought us lockdowns, creating a new world order is terrifying, Starbuck wrote on Twitter. I mean, as y'all can see, it's a lot of, that was the end of that story, but as y'all can see, the best way to hide something is in plain sight. They're basically fucking telling us their plan through Klaus Schwab and his future young leaders such as Justin Trudeau and half of the Canadian Parliament, as well as England, New Zealand, and I forgot the other country that I mentioned. But I'm saying, who's to say that the World Economic Forum doesn't have people in certain other places as well, such as World Finance, such as NATO, such as, various other places as well. So who's to say that this guy isn't as strong, or is as strong as we think he is? Because as you guys remember in the video that I played, one of the videos that I played, he did say we will penetrate well, let me say it in his accent. We will penetrate the governments in the cabinets. That's what he said. So I'm saying, man, it's we'll see what happens when all of this shit starts coming our way. So everybody, that has been the top news of the week. Let's get into the main topic of the night. And the main topic is who I am, basically. If you guys paid attention to the thumbnail and to the title of today's video, it's you think you know me. Like, you really think you know me, right? So I'll start off like this. So today is about me. Only because last week I spoke on various parts of my life as far as relationships go. And I gave some things up, like, things that I've done in relationships and things that I don't really pay too much attention to as far as, being in a relationship and lack thereof and stuff like that. But, whatever. So I said, since I did that, and since there really is nothing in the news to really talk about, why don't I just talk about me? And I'm not. This is how I'm gonna frame this. If I really talk about my entire life, we'll be here all day. I only brought up, some things that I feel as though has changed my life and people who have changed my life. So, I just basically put things in perspective that way. So, let me delete some of these photos that I have saved on this photo album, and then we can get started. So, these two to go. That one to go. Joe Biden one's floating around here somewhere. I just don't know where he's at, though. But anyway, so everybody, we're here for me, and here for you guys to learn a little bit about who I am. I'll find this shit later. I don't know where he's at. So this is how I will start this off. I hate my life. Right now I'm playing. But no, I got some references in here. I'm going to be reading this off, but I also, since I know my life, like, I won't be, So, this has been up on 100% the whole time. So let me back this up to where it's supposed to be. Now, who am I? Right? Are you sure you want to know? The story of my life isn't for the faint of heart. All right? If somebody said it was a happy little tale, if somebody told you I was just an average, ordinary guy, not a care in the world, somebody lied. But let me assure you, this, like any story worth telling, let me go play it. That was from actually the first Spider-Man in 2002. I took that from. So, I just thought it was a good way to enter the story. But anyway, it started all around probably Christmas or 1987, if not New Year's of 1988. That my moms and pops, was on one and got freaky. 9 months later, here I come. And in October 1988. So, after they got done doing the horizontal polka, I come about, baby that was 8 pounds, 1 ounce. I was born in a small rural town in a small hospital, right in smack dab of the middle of town. And my town isn't that far from Baltimore, Maryland. It's only like an hour away from Maryland, right? Northeast from Maryland, I should say. I'm the youngest son of my two sisters on my mom's side, and my brother and my sister on my dad's side. I'm the youngest of both, so I'm the youngest sibling of my two older siblings on my dad's side, two older siblings on my mom's side. This is bad music to do this with, so let me change the music. Okay, this is good. This is good. I like this. So I don't really remember much during my infancy that much, but my first memories of which I do remember is when I was able to walk. Me and my mom would walk downtown because at this time, because now in my town, the downtown really isn't what it used to be. Like back in the day, they had a bakery, they had various stores to shop in. They had this bar called the Howard House that sat on one corner of Main Street, and it boomed. Like it was basically like a seafood restaurant. You could get other foods such as like chicken and stuff like that, but their main thing was seafood. So we would walk downtown. We would go to the Dollar General store. We would go in there, buy stuff. We will stop into this pharmacy called Lyons Pharmacy and Restaurant, which they had just think of like a 1960s movie where kids would go to like a diner. It was basically that. It was a pharmacy / diner. It sat maybe, I think it was like 8 tables. It had like booth tables, and me and my mom would go in there. We would talk to the owner of the store. He was the head pharmacist. He was a friend of the family. My grandmother went to that pharmacy when she was living. My mom went to that pharmacy. I went to that pharmacy to pick up some stuff when I would get sick. So it was kind of like something that we would go to because Walmart was readily available for us. They had a pharmacy when they did have a pharmacy, and then Acme and stuff like that. But we stuck to Lyons because it was basically our family pharmacist. So then we will go, which Lyons Pharmacy and Diner doesn't exist anymore. It's a sports bar now. Then we will go to this department store. Before we had a Walmart, it was one of the cornerstones of my town. This department store was called Newberry's. Newberry's, basically to me, was like a child's playground for me because they had 2 floors because of how my town is. My town is very hilly. It has lots and lots of hills in my town. So the Main Street sort of kind of sits on a hill. Well, it does sit on a hill because it's like 2 hills that's around Main Street or whatever. So on this said hill and how this store was structured, it's set on one of the slopes of the hill. So the department store had 2 tiers to it, 2 floors to it. So on Main Street, you could enter the main entrance of the building, which was on Main Street, or you could go to the back end of it, which I forgot what that street's name is, but I think it's Howard Street that the back entrance sat on. But Newberry's was quite the It was quite the store, because one thing that they were also known for, other than the goods that they sold, was their breakfast. Their breakfast and their lunch menu was chef's kiss. I remember going down there as a kid and getting very breakfast and stuff like that with my mom and my sister sometimes, or getting takeout. Such as like just as much as Newberry's breakfast and lunch menu and Lyons's breakfast, lunch, and dinner menu, and the hospital cafeteria food, and various places that we would go to eat downtown. And other than like McDonald's, stuff like that, like these places are probably some of the best places you could go if you work downtown to eat, because they it was readily available. I'm sitting over here sweating and shit. So it was something that was readily available to eat, and it was a good surroundings that will be downtown. So me and my mom would frequent these places before I was in school, and when I did go to school, we frequent those places, and before my bus would come, we would go down there, either get breakfast or my mom would buy some things. To all my Steelers fans out here, terrible towels right here. All right. So with that being said, where am I at? On the next page. So maybe a little later, when I was in school, I remembered my first day of school. Which my first day was really like me meeting my teachers and stuff like that, me playing on the playground with the other kids, and that was it. I went home probably like 30 minutes later, and then the next day I caught the bus and stuff like that. But my very first day at Thompson Estates Elementary School, I went to that elementary school from pre-K to 5th grade, graduated in 99 when I was 10 years old. I already knew my best friend before going to school, my best friend Josh. We'll have more on Josh later on in today's broadcast, but I wanted to bring him up if he's watching. When I tell my story, you're always going to be a part of it because you had something to do with it. So, me and Josh, we've been best friends since I've been born. And Josh has been, I would say, like a big brother to me. He's more than a friend to me. He's like a big brother to me. But more on Josh in a little while. So I went to school. I started a month and a half maybe after Josh went to school. So school used to start in my county late August. So I started about a month and a half later after my birthday. So I didn't start going to elementary school until like early October of 1993, I believe. Or no, not 93. 92, I think. Let me see. So yeah, late 92 I started going to school. So my best memories in school, I would say, in elementary school, I would say, was our holiday parties. I don't know if they still have those or not. They probably don't, because of how kids have various allergies and shit like that. So to all of us strong people that were kids before who have tough immune systems, we had these things called holiday parties. Every holiday, when every holiday would roll around, we would have a small party. Everyone had to bring something in, like a bag of chips or some cups or something like that. Like, I love when those days rolled around, as well as the fun and fitness days, the field days they call them, I believe, where you do various sport activities outside or inside in the gymnasium, and you basically have fun or whatever. I love those days for the simple fact is because not because we weren't learning that day, is because it was a family event. I remember my mom coming one year, so me and Josh and his mom and my mom, all we were all hanging out and we was having fun and stuff like that. And things was on the up and up. That's when Clinton was in office, so Clinton was an okay president. But if you was a kid in the '90s, life was great. Like, life was good. So when I was around, maybe I was 4 going on 5, my mom booked her tickets and stuff like that to go on a cruise. So my mom had me and my middle sister. We had stayed, since we were going to elementary school. Where my cousin stayed at was basically right in back of the school. So she was like, "Well, let them stay with you for a week, and I'll give you this money now, and then when I come back, I'll give you more money for basically keeping them." So we stayed close to my elementary school for a week. I got to stay with my older cousins. I peed on one of them when I was peed on one of them when we went to bed. I think it was my first night because I was scared. I didn't know him, so I was like, "Well, shit, let me just pee on him." So yes, I was a bedwetter when I was younger. I grew out of it when I was maybe 7 years old. Like 7 years old. So I'm staying with my older cousins, and they're teaching me how to like throw a ball and stuff like that. Stuff that I should have already knew, but I was 4. Whatever. So my mom comes and gets me early from school. The Friday that she came back home, because I think the cruise was from like Friday to Friday. Like, she left on a Friday, and she left on a Friday, and she came back the following Friday. So that Friday when she came back, she came and picked us up early. So right around the time when she went, it was around the time of my birthday. So that Friday actually was my birthday. I was turning 5 years old. That day was weird, and I say that to say this. The reason why it was weird, for the simple fact, because that was the first time I met my father in person as a kid. Now, some people may be asking, "Well, Marcus, isn't your parents married?" No, they were never married. They just, they were with each other, and they I don't know. They were together for a while, and then it was this story that gets brought up every time when I ask how they met and shit like that. But that's neither here nor there. But they were together for a while, and then they weren't. So first time I met my dad was when I was 5 years old at my birthday party. So I'm sitting down eating cake with my sister, with both my sisters, my mom, and my godfather, and I believe my older cousin that's the same age as my middle sister, which is my uncle's daughter, was also there because my mom used to watch her when her mom went to work. When her mom and my uncle were at work. So there's a knock on the door. My godfather answers. My dad walks in. My mom looks over her shoulder because I think she was cutting another piece of cake, I think for him. And my mom says, "Marcus, say hi to your daddy." I was like, "What? Like, what the hell are you talking about?" So this is the reason why I say it like this, because my godfather, good dude, real good dude. He basically sort of raised me like his son. Although I knew he wasn't my dad, but he did sort of raise me like a son. He bought me Christmas presents, bought me birthday presents. Hell, if we were out and it was just me and him, he would buy me things. My mom entrusted him so much. I took a truck driving trip with him because he was a truck driver. We went from I believe it was Virginia and back. So we left because he was from Delaware. I'm close to Delaware. The trucking company that he worked for had a delivery shipment to Virginia. He took me along, and we basically, he had a bed in his cabin. I slept on it for like, I don't know, I think it was like 4 hours or whatever. On the way there, but then on the way back, I remember standing up on the seat and watching the traffic go. But yeah, I view my father as a father figure, and he was a real good dude. He died too soon, I would say. I think he died maybe 10 years ago. I think it was 10 years ago. So me and my dad's relationship really isn't that strong. It was strong, sort of, when I was in like my mid-20s. Only for the simple fact that the girl I was with, I thought I was gonna marry her, so I wanted to be around my family more. For the simple fact that when I looked at her and her family dynamic, her family basically was like the family that I wanted to be a part of. So I was like, well, fuck. If this is a family that I view as a good family, I wanted her to see how kind of dysfunctional my family is in a way. So thus me being around my dad a lot. But me and my dad don't really have that much of a strong relationship as we should, but things happen. Let's see. My godfather actually was the first person to teach me how to ride a bike. And that's with training wheels, and he sort of quit after a while once the training wheels came off. The only reason why I say he quit is because I think he was like 10 years, if not 15 years older than my mom, so he didn't really have much run in him when I was younger, so he taught me how to ride a bike with training wheels. Now, and I'll get to that in a minute. Who else taught me how to ride a bike? So let's see. Got that out the way. Yep, said that. So basically, with my dad, like I didn't take to him when he came in that day at my birthday party because offhand I didn't know him. I didn't know who he was, and then my mom said, "Hey, this is your dad," and I'm looking at him like, "Who the fuck are you?" And thus after that, I started putting two and two together. Me and him have the same nose, whatever, same ear structure a little bit. So I look like him a lot. So it's like, okay, yeah, this is my dad. Okay, so all right. So we're about to shift gears. We're going to push forward a little bit. 6 years old. 6 years old. When I was 6 years old, when Josh and I was 6 year old, I remember Josh's bike that he had when we were 6 years old. Josh had this Kawasaki Ninja bike. So this is how I'm going to describe it to y'all. Just picture a bicycle, it's framed and everything, but it has plastic moldings to where it mocks looking like a Kawasaki street bike. It looked just like it. But it had pedals on it. So while Josh was riding around on two wheels, I was still on training wheels at 6. Whatever. I don't give a fuck what y'all say at this point. But this is what happened, alright? So I would watch Josh ride his bike. This fool was a daredevil. Now, Josh, you know what I'm talking about when I say this. Josh would gain speed. He would hop up on his seat because the way his seat was on the bike, it looked just like a motorcycle seat. So he was gaining speed and he would hop on it and he would ride on it like he was surfing. And I thought that was like the coolest thing in the world that my best friend was doing this shit. And I couldn't do it on my bike because my seat was a regular bike seat. So Josh, one day, he got off of his bike and he said, "I'm gonna teach you how to ride my bike with two wheels." So I got scared. I was like, I don't know. Maybe you should get a grown up. He was like, "No, I'm gonna teach you how to ride a bike." So I got on his bike. He took the kickstand off and he just started like pushing the bike, and he told me to pedal. So as I'm pedaling, Josh lets go. I immediately fall off, skid my knee and everything. So after I get done crying and I scrape the dirt off me and all that, he says, "All right, get up on the bike again. Let's try it again." So this is a 6-year-old teaching another 6-year-old how to ride a bike. So I get back on. He pushes me again, and I start pedaling. He lets go, and I'm not even thinking about like him having his hand on it anymore. I'm just riding. I rode around the block maybe 2 times. I said, "Oh shit, I'm doing it." Until I looked down, and that's when I fell again. So it took maybe like all of maybe an hour or 2 hours to teach me how to ride without training wheels. So after I started riding, after I was riding his bike without training wheels, his stepdad at the time took my bike and he started taking the training wheels off of my bike. And once I got the hang of riding his bike without training wheels, I gave Josh his bike back. I hopped on my bike and we started riding around the neighborhood. So, but more on his bike though. Josh's bike, like I said, it looked like a Kawasaki Ninja bike. And I was trying to find it, like, I would say maybe like 5 months ago, like see if they had like any pictures of what it looked like. I couldn't find one, so anybody listening, if you guys would like to try to find it for me, it was a Kawasaki made the bike. They just had like I said, it looked like a regular. It was a regular bike, but it just had plastic moldings on it that made it look like a Kawasaki motorbike, but it was a regular bike though. So where was I? Sport neighborhood, all that. Oh, it's a story that I did on Marcus Speaks Shorts. I should leave this up. Let me go to my channel real fast so I can find that video. So I have a playlist called Marcus Speaks Shorts, I believe. Yeah, no. I have a playlist called I Got a Story to Tell. That were basically Marcus Speaks Shorts that I would do. Before YouTube was doing shorts, I had videos that I called Marcus Speaks Shorts. And one of those shorts, I did a video that basically said, let me get to it. So it was a video that I did where it was called I Got a Story to Tell 7, the time my friends and I was locked in the basement. So in that story, basically, that happened when we were maybe 5 or 6 years old. It was me, Josh, and another friend of mine, Kalen. And we got locked in Josh's basement. And I told the story, on there. So I want you guys to go and find that video. Go to my videos. Like when you're on my channel, go to videos, scroll down until you see I Got a Story to Tell 7. I detail that story in like 10 minutes or whatever. Josh saw it and he called me after it released, and he was just laughing his ass off. He was like, I didn't even know you remembered that shit happened. I was like, how could I not remember that shit? I was like, that was the first time I thought to myself, like I'm stuck somewhere. Like that was the first time I ever thought that, like, I'm stuck. Like, so yeah. So okay, so I was maybe 8 or 9, because I'm continuing the story. I was maybe 8 or 9 when I stopped going to church. Only reason why is because my mom stopped singing in the choir around that time. When I was little, my mom sung in the choir. I used to always like hearing her sing. It was this one song she used to sing all the time called Take Me Back. I don't know if that's the real title of the song, but it was this one song she used to always sing called Take Me Back. And I used to love when she would have the solo and in the choir would sing, because my friend Kalen's aunt, Miss Thelma, she did these soulful ass fucking ad libs to any gospel song. And I used to love going to church to hear my mom sing, to hear the choirs sing, but the main two people I always wanted to hear was my mom and Miss Thelma, because Miss Thelma used to always have those damn ad libs, and that shit would rock. But after, when I was like maybe 8 or 9, my mom stopped singing in the choir. At this time also, my mom also switched churches. So we have 2 Methodist churches in the same neighborhood. One's on one end of the neighborhood, one's on the, closer to me in where I've lived all my life, or whatever. So we went to this church, the other Methodist church. My family's Methodist Christian, but I'm Muslim, so that gives you some more about me. So we started going to this new church. I think she was trying to sing in the choir, but she's like kept teeter-tottering if she wanted to be in the choir or not. So I just stopped going to church altogether. For the simple fact, I was like, if I can't hear my mom sing, there's no point for me to fucking come to church. So I stopped going. But I remember when we was little, me and Josh used to, when our moms would go to choir rehearsal, we would play in the pews and stuff like that. Those are chairs for people who don't know what the hell pews are, but we would play in the pews or whatever, and while they were rehearsing and stuff like that, and then we would go home. But I remember in Easter I had to do like a speech. Well, I remember 2 times me and Josh having to do something in church. Once when we was 4, maybe 5, I think we shared something that we had to do. And then I had to do this Easter speech, this Easter Bible verse. And I had to practice that damn thing all week. And maybe 2 weeks, I think I had to practice that damn thing. And then after that, I was like, I'm never doing nothing like that again. But yeah, that was that. But I got one question to ask, because this is still me being around like 7, 8 or so. I thought this question when I was in 3rd grade, and that was, are teachers assholes? Because my 3rd grade teacher, and I won't say her name for legal purposes, but still. So in my class, there were, how many black kids was there in there? It was me, this other boy I'm about to bring up, and it was this brother and sister. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. So anyway, I didn't read that well when I was younger. So I guess my teacher felt, and not only me, this black kid that I knew, one of my friends, his name was Dedrick. Me and him didn't read that well. We were terrible out loud readers. So I guess in her way of teaching, it was best for her to embarrass us for it. So I guess this is my first racial encounter, I guess, I don't know, of this. And she used to like talk, like she used to talk to us bad, like as if we was doing something wrong. It's like, bitch, I'm 7. Like, what the fuck are you doing? like you shouldn't be doing this. Like even I know you learn long division like way after 3rd grade, but division sometimes when I was younger, I couldn't do it because the shit was weird to me or whatever. So I remember when we was learning multiplication and division, she asked me to come to the board, and solve this problem, but it was like I didn't know what the fuck to do. Like, the shit was weird. Well, it wasn't weird, but it was like it basically scared me from that point in time to get in front of the class ever again. Along with her, making fun of me while I was reading. Well, me and Dedrick. But with that, I learned that some teachers are going to be assholes. I learned that even in middle and high school, that there are some teachers that are just assholes, and they don't really give a fuck about other people's children other than their own. Because she had a daughter that's a year younger than me, and only if she knew what the fuck she was doing once she left that elementary school. But the one thing I have to say to her when it comes to my reading, look at me now, bitch. I can read full fucking pages without, I fuck up sometimes, but I can read full pages without worrying if I'm going to get stuck or not. So, fuck you, bitch. Anyway, let's keep going. 5th grade. Because 4th grade was okay. But 5th grade, a good memory of mine in 5th grade was, my mom and my godfather started making dinners, like dinner plates and stuff like that. So my mom would sell fish platters or fried chicken platters. I remember locally in the area, my mom would have me deliver people's food to them, which I like doing. I got to be outside and stuff like that. So I collected money. And I had would give the money back, to my mom, and at the end of it, my mom and my godfather would split the money, which means a great shopping trip for me and my sister. So that year I got some of my clothes from that. I got toys and video games from my mom selling dinners. And I like being my mom's delivery boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it made me feel responsible for something. And not only that, I got a little allowance from it. I got like $30 from it. So as well, my teacher that year, Miss Tamasia, I think she was in her like mid to late 30s when I had when she was my teacher in 5th grade. Me and the rest of the students loved Miss Tamasia. She was like a godsend. Like, from all the teachers that I had, other than like my pre-K and my kindergarten teacher, my 1st grade teacher, Miss Harris, was an asshole. My 2nd grade teacher, Miss Maresca, she was an asshole. My 3rd grade teacher was an asshole. My 4th grade teacher definitely was an asshole. And she had a tight mouth while she was being an asshole. She talked like this a lot. Like, all of the time. She talked just like that. But while being an asshole along with it. Like, I didn't understand. And she wouldn't wear her purse on like her shoulder. She would hold it like it was a football or something. Like, I thought that was weird as well. But Miss Tamasia was a godsend. My 5th and final year in this elementary school. So while a little bit into the year, she had like a mental breakdown. It wasn't like a bad mental breakdown, just like what she, I guess, from, I would say from poor planning, but can't really blame it on that because she got something good out the deal. So all of us embraced her. All of us kids, we embraced her. Basically telling everything was going to be okay, blah blah blah. And then I think maybe 2 months later, she told us that she was pregnant and she wouldn't be here the rest of the year, and we'll be getting a substitute. Which that substitute teacher that we had was an asshole. But before she left, my mom and her had a PTA meeting, and my mom noticed that she had a little baby bump, and she asked her how far along was she, and then she she told her. And then when we got home, I think my mom told me, she said we should throw a baby shower for her. I'm 9-10 years old. I'm like, look, okay, cool. And then I don't really remember it after that. So maybe like a week or two later, my other teacher. So basically, this is what would happen. So Miss Temesia taught English. No, she taught science. Yeah, science and history. And then my other teacher, her name escapes me, but she taught history and math. So days will alternate. We will learn history one day, then we will learn math, and then in Miss Temesia's class we will learn science one day, then we will learn English the next. So I think this was hit on one of our history days. We all, we're all sitting down, pretzel style, and she's sitting in her rocking chair, and she says, because I think she had just came back from battling cancer, the other teacher. So she sits down and she says, class, Marcus has an announcement for all of us. And I'm looking at her like, an announcement? She was like, yeah, you have an announcement, right? And I was like, yeah, I think. So she was like, come on, stand up. I was like, okay, cool. So I stand up, and she was like, all right, Marcus, come on, tell the class. I said, I don't know what I have to tell y'all. I said, really, I'm just as confused as all of y'all. So she started laughing. She was like, all right, go ahead, sit down, I'll tell them. So she was like, everybody, you have to be quiet about this because she doesn't know. Miss Temesia, we all know she's having a baby. But Marcus is throwing a baby shower for her. I was like, I'm throwing a baby shower. So I come home later on that day, and I was like, Mom, I'm having a baby shower for Miss Temesia. She said, yeah, fool, I told you. I was like, oh, yeah, you did. So basically, she asked, just bring in the present because Marcus's mom is going to provide the food and everything. Just bring a present per your parents' request if you can. And Marcus's mom will take it from there with the food and decorations. So we had her baby shower in the school library. And I remember being called down to the office because my mom had came, and she said, my mom told me, tell your teacher that we're here. She said, not Miss Temesia, but your other teacher that we're here, so she can let all the other teachers know. So I did that, and then I came back to class, sat down, and then my other teacher peeked in the room and gave me the thumbs up, like it's time to go now. So I said, so I had to make an embarrassment out of myself. I said, Miss Thomasia, I think it's somewhere we all should have to go right now. And she was like, what? What are you talking about? I was like, I think we all have to go to the library right now. I was like, just take my hand. Let's go. So I walked her to the library with the rest of the kids. So basically what happened was all the other kids from the other classrooms were already there. Except for my class. So my class basically was the last ones to go in. But I told them, everybody, y'all come too. Let's go. So walk her down to the library. It's a big surprise, boy. And we eat and have fun the rest of the day, and then she goes off to have her baby and everything. But Miss Thomasia, you probably won't be watching this, but if you catch wind of this, I thank you for being my 5th grade teacher. What's next? So the next day, I had a crush on this light-skinned girl that was a new student that year, because her mom was a teacher. Was a 5th grade teacher of in a room, I think, that was right in front of mine. So her name was Krista, and that next day Krista gave me a big kiss on my cheek at recess and told me that I was amazing, and I had the Joker face the rest of that day. I was smiling just like the Joker. I was like, so I was just elated because I thought she was so pretty when I was younger. She's still pretty now, but lost touch, so whatever. Basically, I had the Jack Nicholson Joker face. If you guys remember Jack Nicholson's Joker. But here's a weird story I can tell about myself around that time. So, 4th and 5th graders that year learned that they were going to start holding dances for us at one of the other elementary schools in my town. In my town, we got, I think, 5, if not 6 elementary schools, and then like 3 or 4 of them combined into the middle school I went to, and then another one they all combined to another one. I think it's 6 because we have 6 elementary schools. 3 elementary school students, after they graduate from 5th grade, go to one, and then the other 3 go to another middle school. And then there's 2 middle schools in my town, then we have 1 high school. And then we have a private school, and then we have a Christian school. But anyway, when I was in 5th grade, we learned that we could go to dances. I couldn't dance a lick at that time, so I taught myself. This is a weird fact about me. I taught myself how to dance. So what I did, I took my sister's CDs, both of my sister's CDs. I took my oldest sister's stereo. I turned on MTV and I taught myself how to dance. Believe it or not, I did. And I've been cutting the rug since then. Just call me a carpenter's son. How good I can cut rugs, nigga. Shit. So middle school, right? Middle school comes. Middle school is cool, 6th through 8th grade. Nothing out of the ordinary really happened other than when I was in my 6th grade year, I got suspended 4 times. This is the first time I've ever been in academic trouble like that, where my mom had to take off from work, come and get me, and basically I was grounded for a week until my suspension was done, which normally I'll only get like 3 days, but I got grounded for a week. To the point to where in my 7th grade year, I only got suspended once and got detention, and then I started straightening out a little bit. Most I got was in school suspension in my 8th grade year, and I got an award for it when I graduated 8th grade from the vice principal that I always dealt with. I won't say his name either, but he works for the school board now. He came up with an award called the About Face award. Basically, all the kids who he had from 6th grade, well, not 6th grade, but all the kids that he had from my year, that the years I was there, he gave me an About Face award to where he prefaced it as kids who had a rough start at first, but then straighten themselves up. And I was like the big award winner because everybody else got awards and had like army men and shit like that on their award, but I got like an award that was in that was actually in a frame, and then he like hot glued like toy soldiers and toy helicopters and shit on it. Like I was like the general of this shit. I'm like, hey man, what the fuck you doing? But yeah, I got that like big award because I guess I was his toughest one yet that he ever had. So Mr. Rick, if you watching this, I thank you for doing that as well. For basically seeing my growth as an adolescent. So basically nothing out of the ordinary. Became a straight shooter. Just normal teenage boy antics with his friends. That's basically it. So, 9th grade year was interesting, being a freshman, lower classman and stuff like that, until I got the devastating news that my best friend Josh, that I've been friends with all my life, he came back to our science class. We had earth science together, 3rd period. And what's the 3rd period? No, it was 1st period. Sorry, 1st period, Earth Science. Josh gets called down to the office. His mom's coming to get him, tell him to get his books because she would transfer his school. So Josh comes back and he's like, I was like, you straight? He was like, yeah, I'm leaving. I was like, leaving? Where are you going? He was like, I'm going to so-and-so now. I was like, what? He was like, yeah. He was like, my mom just signed me out. I was like, fuck, yo. So I was devastated because me and Josh, we went to school all of our lives. So now he's telling me that I'm going to another school now. So I was like, damn, so we won't be able to go through school anymore together. Like today is our last day. So I got devastated about that. But I still had other friends, one of my other friends, Naheem, I still had him, his brother Shaheem. So, I made the best of what it was with who I had left with me. But it almost came a time where their mom said that they wanted to have them live with their dad again in North Carolina. So I would have been asked out if they would have left as well. I would have been like, damn, I ain't got no more friends. So I can't really take like most of like that devastation because Josh had to go to a different school. He had to be a new kid, and the new kids are always the first. We all was in school. We all know like the new kid syndrome thing. Like they have to figure out who they can hang with, stuff like that. So, I was thinking about that stuff for him because it was like, damn, Josh has to be a new kid now. And luckily it was in 9th grade Because being the new kid, and like, I remember this girl was a new kid in our 12th grade year, and she practically had no friends that whole year, other than like a certain select few of like 2 girls maybe. But I don't even think they were like friends. I guess they were just her school friends. But yeah, so let's see. So also, my 9th and 10th grade year was also the same 2 years where we had the most racial tension in my high school than ever. Every fight was basically a fight between either a white and a black person, and normally black people would, fuck them white dudes or girls, or not just the white guys and black guys were fighting. The black and white girls were also fighting as well, and it was just like a crazy racial intense like time to be like a high school student in my 9th and 10th grade year. So after that, my 11th and 12th, like things kind of died down to probably like nothing. Like we had some fights between black and white people, but other than that, it wasn't even like that. I told you about the one epic fight that I never saw, but I always heard of was my homeboy Brandon and his older brother Tony, may he rest in peace, fought these 4 white dudes. 2 brothers fighting like 4 white dudes in the lunchroom. As that fight's going on, it's another fight outside between these 2 white boys that had just got off the bus with each other, and they were going at it. So it was a crazy day that day. Plus, on top of that, it was a snow day, so we had a 2 hours late, a 2-hour delay that day, which was funny. So let's see, where else? Where am I at? So okay, like around, like I said, like around like like 10th, like 9th grade, I started like liking rap music more because I like R&B like a lot more than hip hop. But I still listen to hip hop. I still like certain artists, but I was more of like an R&B head. Still, kind of to this day, I kind of sort of more of R&B head than a hip hop head. But started getting more into hip hop around my 10th grade year. My 10th grade year, well, really my 9th grade year was when, like, some days it was, okay, I don't know if y'all ever seen this movie, but it's one of my favorite 90s movies next to, what's that? Clueless. Clueless is one of my favorite 90s teen films. So it's this one movie called She's All That. I don't know the actors who were in it other than Freddie Prinze Jr. That's all, and Usher and Lil' Kim was in it. So in that movie, it was a particular scene where it was like these three dudes. One was beatboxing, the other 2 were rapping. That kind of was sort of how this happened in my school one day. One person started beatboxing. So these 2 guys I knew from my neighborhood, my homeboy Groove and my homeboy Ron, they went by Cash and De Niro. Then you had these other 2 guys in my school, Rob and D-Lo. One went by Stacks, but I forgot his name at that time, but he changed it to Stacks like a little while after that. And then I think D-Lo just went as D-Lo, I believe. I don't know, because his real name was D'Angelo, but whatever. So they started rapping at lunch one day, and I was like, yo, this shit's tight. Or whatever. And I don't have this written down, but I just remembered it was this white kid. It was this white kid that was in my grade, and he was trying to rap, and his rap name was Criminal. Or I don't know why he called himself Criminal, but his influence was Eminem, as you can see, because he looked the part. But anyway, but yeah, these guys started rapping in class. I mean, not in class. They just started freestyle. I was like, yo, that shit's tight, yo. Like that's cool that these guys, are talented like that. It wasn't until 2004, the 2004 BET Awards, when I actually fell in love with hip hop. I believe that year they honored, if it wasn't 2004, it was 2003, but it was one of those years where they honored like older hip hop artists such as like Rakim, KRS-One, MC Light, who's the people, Sugar Hill Gang, Melly Mel. Like they had all of these hip hop acts, like that they honored in like the middle of the show, and that's when I fell in love with hip hop. I was like, damn, look at all these like older, rappers that still got it and whatever. So, so much so I started writing rhymes myself. I don't write them anymore. I don't rap anymore because I'm basically terrible now. But back then I was kind of okay. Like I was, you couldn't put your money on me, but I could deliver. So, 11th grade comes after me. Man, 9th grade I failed 9th grade English. 10th grade I failed Algebra 2, I believe, plus English 10. I think it was. No. I passed English 10 my 10th grade years along with English 9. I forgot I had all of these classes that I actually needed that year, my 11th grade year. And that's when I buckled down. I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this next year because it's stupid and it doesn't make any sense that I'm failing all these classes. So I buckled down and I started getting my act together in school. And so I passed all my classes. The one thing that they fucked me out of having, which they could have bumped one of my gym classes that I had, because I didn't need a gym class anymore after 9th grade, but they could have bumped one of my gym classes for the science class I actually needed that I wound up taking in 12th grade, first semester. So I passed all my classes, got honor roll the third marking period. First time ever getting honor roll and last. And I felt good about myself that after that I was like, if I applied myself the way that I did all those other years and saw how smart I was, I could have actually fucking did my 9th and 10th grade year, but I was fucking off. I had I had my eyes more on the girls than what I did with my books. So. 12th grade year comes, I'm juggling a job in school along with a girlfriend, basically getting myself ready for regular life, adult life. And, this whore, cheats on me and all this other bullshit, but that's neither here nor there, because come prom time, I went to prom with a girl that didn't go to my school. I actually work with her mom at the job that I work at now. She's basically a friend of the family. And I dated her. Me and this girl dated like 5 months. Because we didn't date while I was in school. We dated after I graduated. So we were together for like 5 months. And then we had broke up. But I went to prom. Prom was cool. I wish I had a prom picture to show you, but I don't even know where the hell my prom pictures went. I just know that my dad has 2 of them, and my mom has I can't remember. But I remember getting this package where it was one where me and her were both together, and then it was another set of pictures where we both took separate pictures. But I can't remember where the hell they went. But anyway. So, went through 12th grade with my homies, and, we did good. Graduation comes, which was my day of reflection. I was jobless, carless, and I had $200 in my pocket after graduation. So I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what my next moves were. I wasn't going to college. So I was like, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I didn't find a job, but I didn't want a job that like a high schooler worked at. I actually wanted a job that had benefits and stuff like that. Started working at this one, this coal packing company, basically. If you guys don't understand where your food comes from, there's a facility where all your food comes from. Your tomatoes, cucumbers, ice cream, stuff like that. All of this stuff comes from like these warehouses where people pack this stuff up and it goes to various grocery stores. I worked in one of these warehouses. But after my first day and me finding out that I wouldn't have a job in the morning because I was carless, after my first day of training, which was in the morning, I walked off that job and I never went back. I'm basically what year was that? 2006. So I am I am 16 years late to that job. I'm 16 years late to that job. So, but nah, they sent me like a what was it? They sent me like a $50 check after I didn't come back after that week. But I had to spend the $50, so I still had $200 in my pocket. So after that, I started working at this other job that I was there, this medical manufacturing place where I worked at, where I made a medical device for surgeries. Was on the job for 7 years. I liked it the first 3.5 I was there, but the last 3.5 was some nonsense. So left there, went to a furniture warehouse where we basically delivered like couches and tables and stuff like that. Well, we would put these things on truck beds, and then they would, the truckers would take them to the store so they can be sold. Or, if it was a special orders, which we got a lot of those from like celebrities and stuff like that. I've seen various celebrity names across the special orders that we would have, such as like Beyonce, Jay-Z, Danica Patrick, Ben Roethlisberger, various people. I was only there for 3 months because that was like that was like a dead end job. Like if you guys ever hear about like dead end jobs, that's one of the dead end jobs I had. Was working at this place called Restoration Hardware. I was there for 3 months. Started seeing the revolving door of what it was because I was a temp. Every week we had a new set of temps come in, and I was like, you know what, this isn't the job I want. So I applied for the job that I'm at now, and I've been at the job that I'm at now for this year will make 8 years. But along that time, after I graduated high school, after the breakup with the girl, and this didn't come on because of the breakup of the girl, because I was unsure of what I was gonna do and what path I was leading. So I went into like a little slight depression. After that little slight depression, came up out of it, and didn't know that it was still rearing on me. So probably 3 or 4 years later, after getting the job, I fell into the depression again. And this time, this is when I didn't really do much. Like I wasn't going out. Like I was probably like 21, 22 at the time. I didn't do much. I didn't go out and drink. I didn't hang out with friends a lot at that time. I just basically stayed to myself, went to work and came home, drank by myself, beer really, because I didn't really drink that heavily. Or wine. I would drink wine. And I would just sit in the house, just depressed as shit, and just drinking myself to sleep. So once I realized I was in a depression, I basically sat myself down. Well, hold on. Before I say that, that came that came after I did this. I was in my car one night, and the car wasn't on, the radio wasn't on. I was just sitting in a silent car, and I just started crying to myself. I didn't know where the fuck this shit was coming from. And I basically looked at that. I was like, I have a problem. And I either have to get help or, I have to try to figure out how to get back to my old self. Basically like the happy-go-lucky Marcus. So I came in the house probably like 2 days later. I sat down at my desk and I wrote a list. That list consists of let me see, where's it at? Wait, there it goes. Piece of paper. What I felt, that what was going on, what I wanted to change, and what made me feel good. So I had to write down in the first section what I felt. So I felt like I wasn't wanted. I felt like depressed about shit that I had no control over. I just felt like life didn't matter anymore at that time. So I had to get myself out of that, because who knows what could have happened from that. I could have took myself out. So the next part of it was, what did I want to change? Well, I wanted to come out of feeling that way. I wanted to stop feeling the way that I was feeling because it wasn't really healthy. And at that time, I had gained weight. Like I had gained a lot of weight from like the depressive eating and shit like that, and along with drinking alcohol on top of that and shit like that. Like I had gained. When I had left high school, I was too. Well, I would differ because I would differ. So basically, I was 215. I was 215, like in school. But along with me having a weightlifting class and a regular gym class, and how I ate then, I would gain 15 pounds almost every day and lose it. Like, well, probably wasn't like weight. Weight is probably like water weight, but I would gain 15 and then lose 15 a lot. So I would say leaving high school, I was probably like 223. I shot up to 355 when I was like 20, like mid 22, maybe 23 years old. So, good thing Planet Fitness came into my town and I started going to Planet Fitness. So that was one thing where I started changing myself. I was like, I have to start working out to make myself feel better. That was number 2. I want to lose weight. So I set that goal. Number 2, what I changed was the way I was feeling about myself. I was like, you don't smile anymore. You don't laugh a lot like you used to. Like what makes you laugh a lot? So one day I was sitting in the house and I was watching Showtime, and this comedy special of the late great Paul Mooney came on, and I didn't even know who the hell Paul Mooney was. So I'm sitting there watching. So okay, maybe this can make me feel better. So when I was watching that shit, I laughed from when he first got on stage until the special ended. I laughed from the top of the special all the way to the credits. Like, that shit was so hilarious. From right there, I was like, this is what makes me happy. Laughing. I like to laugh. I want to laugh again. So I started watching more like comedy-based things and like funny like YouTube videos. That's where I found Dormtainment, Hot Damn I Rock, Spoken Reasons. I forgot those Canadian dudes' names. That's where I found them. So I was like, okay, this makes me laugh as well. I want to keep laughing. But this couldn't have came at a better time. So I'm at work one day, and I'm kind of at this time starting to feel like myself a little bit. Oh, I didn't go over what I felt, what I wanted to change, and what made me feel good. So what made me feel good? Comedies, laughter, hanging with friends. I started hanging with my friends again and stuff like that. So that's what made me feel good and what I started to do again. So I was at work one day, and my at the time my brother and my cousin worked there, along with both of my homeboys, Josh and my homeboy Darian. I had got them in there, and my brother got me in there, and my cousin Leon, I talk about a lot, got my brother in there. So I'm at work, and I'm joking about like Muslim stuff or whatever. And I was like, yeah, my name really is Mustafa, blah 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 blah. So I had people that I was working with laughing their asses off. So and that's one thing that I saw that I wanted, that made me feel good as well, seeing other people laugh by making them laugh. So at my job, I don't do it as much anymore like I used to, but It's probably because like I'm always thinking about shit now, like what I'm gonna do with this week's show, blah blah blah. So like my thought process is off to where I can't really joke around the way that I used to. So but I'm usually like the class clown at my job or whatever. So like I said, I'm at work making these people laugh, and I start joking about Muslim stuff, and then the girl goes, because this girl that I worked with, her and my cousin Leon were seeing each other, and she says, "You know, Leon's a Muslim, right?" I said, "I didn't know that." She said, "Yeah, you should talk to him about it." So I went up to him. I said, "Yo, I heard that you Muslim." He was like, "Yeah, why you asking me like that?" I was like, "Cuz I want to know about that shit." Don't mind me. That's how I acted sometimes when I was in my early 20s. I was like, yeah, I want to know about that shit. He said, "Well, what you doing this weekend?" I was like, "Nothing." He was like, "All right, this is what we gonna do. We gonna go to Belly Busters. We gonna get us some cheesesteaks, and then we gonna come back to my house and we'll watch a couple movies, play the game, and I'll tell you everything that you need to know about it." I said, "All right, cool." So that's Saturday. We hang out. We get the cheesesteaks. We go back to his house, watch some movies, play some games, and the whole time that we're hanging out, he's just telling me like the beauties of Islam and everything that he's learned and everything. So I was 21 when I 21 and a half when I made the decision. I didn't convert until I was 22, but I didn't take my shahada until I was 25. But I still considered my 22nd birthday my first day of Islam, of me being Muslim. Around this time, before even my birthday came, I had bought my Quran, and I had my hadith, and I basically set myself on the path of learning and becoming a better Muslim. And I teeter totter every now and again. Like it's just like any other religion, basically. But I respect it more than I did Christianity, I would say. So around the same time, I started learning more about African Americans. And my first book I showed you guys before was this book I had bought called "What They Didn't Teach You in History Class," or what they never, what they didn't, or what they did not, or what they should have. Some I have, I just don't feel like getting it. But I've showed it before. I had bought that book, and along the lines, I was like looking into like the Nation of Islam and stuff like that. I had got into the Nation of Islam, and well, I didn't get into the Nation of Islam, but I was following the Nation of Islam because my favorite, my childhood hero was Malcolm X when I was growing up. So, Malcolm X was my favorite person. This is the group that he was a part of. I want to be a part of it as well. That has since changed, but whatever. But I'm saying I still respect them though. Like I still watch Minister Farrakhan and stuff that goes on with the group. I still applaud them for all of their endeavors and stuff that they've done over the years. And so it's no ill will or anything. Like if I ever meet any of these brothers or these sisters that come from it, that dedicate their lives to bettering black people, I would literally shake their hand and basically bow to them, because this is it's hard work, like learning about yourself and then trying to get other people to believe the same things of what you've studied and learned about yourself, and going through these deep depressions that these people go through because people don't want to believe anything that you're talking about and stuff like that. I understand. So, yeah, I got into basically African American studies, if you would say, but not in a college setting. So learning about that as well as Islam, and then down the line, I start dating this girl. We move in together, and I would say right before my 27th birthday, I made a decision. Well, I didn't make a decision. I acted in a way that I'd never had, and it almost landed me. If she wouldn't have woke up, I would have been in jail for life. But since she woke up, I probably would have got 5 to 7. That time made me realize that that's not good. And I would refer you guys to my my video that I did a long time back, maybe two years ago, or 3 years ago, I would say. It is called Domestic Violence. This one right here, the one that keeps flashing off and on. This one is the one where I don't get into it full detail, but I get into it as much as possible of what happened with me. And also, along with that, I teach y'all how certain things happen and how to avoid them. Basically taking my situation, applying the information, and giving you guys a good product. So yeah, this is the very video that I did. This is my 13th video that I did on this channel, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, this is my 13th video. Very first video was me covering Nipsey Hussle here when he died. But this is my 13th video. I did lots and lots of research for this because I wanted to bring a product that was actually good for people to hear about. So yeah. So wrapping this up, because it's almost about to be 4 hours me doing this. So to end this, I appreciate what happened with that situation because it allowed me to go through anger management. Anger management is probably the best thing that has ever happened to me. Although going in, I didn't have anger issues. I had an attitude problem. My attitude was basically, in a relationship, cater to me, no one else. That has changed. And I've never had an anger issue at all. But I would say if y'all could fit that in to anger, then yes, I probably maybe had an anger problem. But it wasn't from not being catered to. It was more so I was being tested a lot, which I found out that that's actually a good thing. When, a person that you're in love with tests you a lot because they're trying to see if they can count on you, stuff like that. I realize that now. But back then when I was in my mid-20s, I didn't know that shit. I was too young to understand that until now. So yeah, but anger management probably was the best thing that's happened because now in a situation where where I probably would have gotten triggered from something doesn't actually trigger me anymore. I can actually talk just like this, how I'm talking to y'all, without anger. I'll just sit there and I'm like, okay, so. Or if I do feel myself getting angry, I'll remove myself, reflect on it as much as possible, and then come back and then be like, okay, well, understand where you was coming from. This is where I feel as though you was wrong at. This is where I was wrong at. I want to put this behind us. I want to, try to come to some sort of, some sort of common ground, blah, blah, blah. Like, I talk through this shit now. So I think anger management, I just don't think the person who did it, because she was an asshole, she kicked a man out of anger management, although, yes, we had to be there on time, but she kicked a man out of the class for the simple fact that he came late, because the reason why he was late is because the same reason why he was in anger management to begin with is because his ex-wife was fucking around with him seeing his kids. That's the reason why he was in there. And then he had to get thrown out of class. And I basically pitched the bitch. I was like, how the fuck you gonna do that to this dude? You know he needs this shit. But you gonna sit there and kick him out of this, and the teacher was like, you better stop or I'll have the police come down here and arrest you. I said, I don't give a fuck about them motherfuckers. Like, this is before me, understanding that whatever. I said, I don't give a fuck about them. You doing something that can land this man basically in jail for shit. Like, he has in court order, just like I do, just like the rest of these people here, to be here. He paid his money. He's coming here. He was late because he was seeing his kids. He wanted to see his kids. Or he was trying to set up him trying to see his kids. But you're going to kick him out because he's late for doing that for the very same reason for the woman who put him in this bitch. And you gonna kick him out? I said, nah, if you kick him out, kick me out. And then, thus from there, he was able to stay, but he got a warning. If this happens again, I have to kick you out. But I was able to keep him there. I was like, nah, yo, fuck that. Yo, I don't like shit like that. Only because he's actually trying to be a father in his kid's life. My situation, insert, and he wants to be a dad and be around his kids, and it's like I see that as a win, actually, not a loss. It's just the woman is fucking him over, along with her new husband that he said he had said that she was with, which was doing the same thing, which I believe the dude of the situation was the reason why the woman was acting the way she was acting. So, I digress. But yeah, but here and now I feel like I've grown from that, from all the tests that's ever happened to me. Depression, anger management, court shit, being in school, being made fun of by teachers, students, what have you. I didn't go over in this, which I should have, that growing up and now, because it doesn't go away, that I have a stuttering problem, which you don't really see because I speak very well. Well, I can share this tidbit with y'all. So I'll loop this part stuttering in all together. So since I was younger, I stuttered. Got made fun of for hell. I get made fun of if I even slip up now. I get made fun of. but my group of friends that I had in high school, they basically allowed me to have stone feelings about when people make fun of me now about it. Like, I don't really care if you make fun of me about it now. So I've started all my life, and I didn't find out until I was in my early 20s by a gentleman named Dr. Umar Johnson that it was a mental disorder. I didn't know that. And I read the mental disorder. And I feel like I spoke about this before, but I didn't know that it was a mental disorder. It's one of the 12, if not 13, mental disorders that they go over in school for kids, such as like developmental issues, stuttering, stuff like that. It's very, it's, only named two, but there's various other ones. So I got made fun of for being pulled out of class when I was younger for having to see the speech pathologist, like I said in one video. After the thing was my 9th, if not 10th grade year, I said, fuck this, I'm not coming here no more, because you're not actually teaching us anything. I can do this shit on my own. So I basically from there taught myself how to speak as good as I'm speaking right now. From which I understood when I got excited a lot, when I was feeling good about something I was talking about, I started. So I was okay, how do I take those same feelings, have them displayed, but not have it affect my speech? But there's, I can read to y'all I might as well. Shit. Alright. I got the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders in my hand. So, the very 12 mental disorders that they usually label school children with are mental retardation, emotional disturbance, autism, specific learning disability, other health impairment, speech and language impairment, which I had, orthopedic impairment, traumatic brain injury, deafness, blindness, and child that is deaf and blind, multiple disabilities, and hearing impairment. So, yeah. So, I had the, what was it? It was number 6. Speech and language impairment. I stuttered, basically. So, to read to y'all what that entails. Language disorder. Now they have stuttering in here specifically as a disability. So, let's see. Maybe it's the next page. Maybe speech, sound disorder, childhood. Okay, here we go. Childhood onset fluency disorder, aka stuttering. So, was it 7 points of which you can determine if your kid stuttered or not. Sound and syllable repetition, sound prolongation of consonants as well as vowels. So basically symbol not symbol, but syllable. Repetition, like if somebody goes, like that's what it is. Or prolonged or of consonants. So basically, it's like when I went, like shit like that. All right. Broken words, pauses within a word, audible or silent blocking of filled or unfilled pauses in speech. What the hell is this word? Let's see. Circumlocution. Word substitution to avoid problematic words. I used to do that all the fucking time when I was little. Even in my teenage years, I used to do that. I would substitute a word just so I wouldn't stutter the word I actually wanted to say. So yeah, words produced with an excess of physical tension. I don't know what that means. And what's the word I just said? Scylla. Well, let's write it in. Manu. Just had it right there. Monosyllabic whole word repetition. So I like people who stutter like that. It's a video out there that I used to make fun of a lot for the simple fact that this dude was horrible at speaking. He stuttered like myself, but he had, oh my gosh, this dude. I'd rather show y'all to tell you. Oh shit. I'm going to hell. I am going to hell. I'm just gonna type in stuttering, and this video should come up. Okay, never mind. Okay, stuttering black dude. Stuttering John, I think that's it. No, that's not it? Okay, so I just put in stuttering black dude. See, I just did it a little bit right there. Here we go. Worst stutterer in the world. Here we go.
What teams have you played for, Eric?
Wait a minute.
You said you wanted to be a professional basketball player. What teams have you played for, Eric?
Well, my first year, I played in.
Eric is now stuck on the letter M.
I played in.
He desperate.
They assholes for that, yo. What the fuck?
Tries to break the cycle.
I had played in my first year. I played in.
This is now Eric.
Fuck y'all, alright? Fuck y'all. Hold on. They gonna say how many times he attempted to do this shit. Let's go.
This is now Eric's fourth attempt.
They didn't have to do that shit. But what I would say after that, y'all gotta look that shit up. That shit is too damn funny. But if y'all laugh, y'all going to hell, alright? I can laugh at this shit because I actually do that shit. Well, I don't do that shit, but I actually stutter, but shit. So, like I said, like I was getting at, yeah, I stutter and I have to deal with that the rest of my life. But anyway, so basically, to end this, I want to show y'all. I was gonna show y'all some family videos, but we're already at fuck it. I'm already here. So yeah, I hope you guys saw, everything that I spoke of. Like, I basically spoke on this because all the things that I have grown from. From my friend teaching me how to ride a bike, from my godfather basically sort of raising me, my mom raising me going through all the bullshit I dealt with in school. What else? Dealing with adult life. Then coming into who I am now and stuff like, dealing with legal shit that I had to deal with from doing some fuck shit that I should have never ever did. And I always say this, the young lady that happened to, we are friends now. So there's no ill will between us. She's actually getting married, I think, this year, and I applaud her for that, for finding somebody that actually loved her the way that I did. So if you're watching, I give you guys, because y'all make a cute couple, I'll give y'all a round of applause. So I hope you guys learned something about me today, because like I said, y'all think y'all know me. Y'all don't have to think anymore, because y'all know me now. So, this is everything that I've been through in my life, so I hope you guys like what I did today. So, hope you guys enjoyed as well. And I might as well play a little bit of my family videos. I can't play the sound. I can play the video, but I can't play the sound because my uncle was DJing and I'm not trying to get a copyright strike. So this is back in 1991. I was 3 years old when this video took place. So this is my family. This is at my Aunt Lisa's house when she lived here in the town I live in. She lives in West Virginia now. But yeah, that's my Aunt Nola there. Let me skim through this. Those are my cousins in the back doing whatever dance they're doing. My sister is right there in this sweatshirt there. That's my cousin Kenny that she's playing with. I forgot who the light-skinned kid is, but he's a cousin of mine, I believe. Yeah, that's still my cousin Kenny. So yeah, that's my cousin Darcel and my cousin Natalia. They're sitting there dancing their asses off. My Aunt Nola grooving. Okay, that's my cousin Dicey right there. Here's my Aunt Becky, may she rest in peace. This is my cousin Jerome. That's my Aunt Lisa in the pink there. That's my cousin Terry in that shirt, dancing with his mom. these are actually the dances they used to do back in the day. That's what they're dancing. I can't play, like I said, I can't play the sound, but yeah, this was like a every Sunday thing for us in the spring and summertime. This is them just dancing away. That's my mom right there in the black shirt with my cousin Jerome. She's sitting there doing them dances as well. So hold up, I got some more. That's my cousin's dad, the dark skinned one. I don't know who that. I think that's his brother, the light skinned guy. They're playing "Oops Upside Your Head" on this one. If you look, never mind. Hold on, my sister had just got up. So hold on. Let me go back. So my sister past my cousin's dancing. The girl that's drinking right now, that's in the jeans, getting up, that's my sister. That's my oldest sister. And the guy, the guy you see all the way to the right, that's looking behind him. That's my godfather, Howard. And that's me standing up behind him in that red jacket with that blue hat. That's me. And my grandmother was right behind me telling me to sit my ass down too. What else? But yeah, that's my sister. Hold on. They just showed her real good. My sister past my aunt is right there all the way in the back to the right. That's my oldest sister. Let me see if there's anything else that was there. But that is my hold on, I gotta show this part real quick. The cops came because somebody I don't even got this on screen. The cops came because of a loud disturbance or whatever the fuck they're saying. But anyway, let me show myself again and my sister and all that. Hold up. So like I said, my sister's all the way past my cousins that's dancing, that's getting up. That's my oldest sister. You'll get a good look at her in a little bit. Hold up. So like I said, my godfather is all the way to the right, that's sitting down, that's looking behind himself. I stand up in the chair that's right behind him. I'm in the red jacket with the blue hat. That's me. And my grandmother, like I said, was telling me to sit my little ass down. That's my middle sister that's dancing in front of the camera, that has the black hoodie on with the pink with the purple sweatpants. There, hold on, hold on, because they get a good picture of my grandmother. That's my sister past my aunt that's talking in the back. That's my oldest sister right there. When she was, I believe she was 14, if not 15 at the time. And then my uncle does some cut photography. That's my grandmother all the way to the left here. May she rest in peace. She was, in 91, she was 51. Was she? Yeah. No, hold on. Yeah, she was 51 at the time. She didn't look a day over 42 though. That's, man, my grandmother, man, she looked young up until she caught cancer. She was young acting and young looking, man. She people thought when my mom and her would go out that they thought that they were sisters. But yeah, Miss my uncle doing some cut photography again. What else is happening? Yeah, these family videos that people are gonna cringe at if they ever see this video. That's my middle sister right there. That was yeah. You see her with the yeah, that's her acting crazy. But yeah, that's the cop that comes in. It says it's allowed to serve. Can you just keep it down? And my mom, I can't play it because, like I said, there's music going on. But my mom is behind my. Okay, so the way that the back patio was set up, just a concrete slab with the glass doors. So basically, my uncle was set up kind of by like the concrete slab, and then he had his video camera equipment going as he was DJing, and my mom was right behind him when the cop came and said, "This is a goddamn holiday." so yeah, this is me, y'all. Like I said, I'm right there. I'm right here. This is me. This is little old me back then in '91. So, y'all think y'all know me, but I believe y'all know me now. So, I had fun making this. I thank you guys for coming through and watching this, even the replay. So, I don't really get much views, but I like doing this shit. So, fuck it. So, let me get up out of here and let me get something to eat because I haven't ate all day. So, everybody, if you're watching this, please do not be shy. Come on through here. Don't forget, on Saturdays, I do this game. I do this podcast called Marcus Speaks Live, where I give y'all hard-hitting topics every weekend, and this is basically to close y'all's weekend out. So I'm closing my weekend just as well as you guys are. Also, please do not forget, on Fridays, I do a game stream called Marcus Speaks Play. You can view that game stream not only on here on my main channel, Marcus Speaks, you can also see it on my secondary channel, Marcus Speaks Play, as well as my Twitch channel, which I will get to in just a minute. So, that's the thing. So, like I said, first channel, Marcus Speaks. Second channel, Marcus Speaks Play. Please go to the description box and subscribe to both. You can subscribe to both channels on either channel you visit. So I don't want any excuses saying, well, I'm trying to find. No, you can find both channels on either channel. So don't give me that. I'm also on Twitch. Like I said, you can view my game streams there. I'm trying to start doing this show on there as well, but I don't know how to do it yet. So, I'll try to start doing that. But if you have any sort of game recommendation, story recommendation, show recommendation, something I can do during the show, like a segment or something I can be doing with the channel as far as like another show I can do. Let me know either in the live chat, which is right here underneath me, as well as far underneath me at the bottom, or at the side here on Facebook, or you can hit me up in the comment section once you see the replay. If anybody's watching replay, go ahead and hit me up in the comment section. Let me know what I should do, or also tell me how you feel as well about this. As well, another place you can hit me up at is in my DMs on social media, and the way you can follow me on social media is at Instagram at marcus.speaks.podcast, as well as Facebook at Marcus Speaks. My group page over there is Marcus Speaks Podcast. I'm also on Twitter at I'm also on Twitter at Marcus Speaks 25. Username Marcus Speaks Podcast. So please check out all those links in the description box below. Let me know, follow me, share this shit, do what you must. I don't know, just make sure that I'm out here getting the views that everyone else gets, alright? As well, please do me a favor, like this video, share this video. Hey, do me a favor, share my channels as well. I appreciate that. And if you're new and you're viewing this, please subscribe and hit that bell icon to all so you can immediately get all of my notifications once I go live, alright? As well, drop a comment in the comment section, alright? Let me know that you like this shit. Or if you don't like this shit, keep it to yourself. I really don't give a fuck about you, alright? God bless you and motherfuck you, alright? Using restream.com to stream this to YouTube and Facebook, but I'd much rather be over here on Facebook, on YouTube, I mean. So, with that being said, everybody, it was a rough start, but I got it done. But everybody, I thank y'all for watching. I thank you for being here. And y'all have a good weekend. I'll see y'all next week. All right, peace out. Thanks for watching.